Good evening. Tonight, we're hopefully finishing leveling Astrologian to 70 on Smol Caetsu. Basically going through the roulettes as usual. And then probably spamming dungeons to power level. That's the best we have. If we do reach level 70, then, I mean, I suppose the next step would be to farm some poetics for some better level 70 gear, so that we're ready for all the roulettes. Also, there is an event starting today, so I think we'll start with doing that. So you can experience how that goes alongside me. There's usually a little story. I haven't actually done it on my main yet, so I'll be just as surprised as you. Hey Kitsuneko, hey Sarah, hey Aradel, hey Zach. I really hope that the buffering issues we ran into yesterday are not happening again today. In the countdown to the stream starting, I saw it buffering for like a couple of seconds. So, I'm mildly concerned about that. We completely forgot to send on a new venture here. Someone forgot to do job quest. We have a job quest, but we don't actually have to do it yet. But that would also be something to do. I was talking about doing the Halloween event quest. Also, my inventory is starting to get really full. I should probably look into that before we get too far. Also, hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. Hope everyone else is also doing well. Are you also playing Final Fantasy, Sarah? Are there any things we can sell? That's worth nothing, probably. Yep. What are you? Weird. Yep, we have the All Saints Wake event. It started today. I'll seek out where it is shortly. I just think it would be wise to clean up this inventory before we get too deep. We have some cards. Let's go to the gold source for that. I am wondering what caused the buffering yesterday. I actually was thinking that I might have an idea of what it is. Very recently, I believe Twitch announced that it is now allowed to even as a Twitch partner to like simulcast to other stream services such as YouTube. So I've seen a lot of people that normally exclusively stream on Twitch suddenly do simultaneous streaming to YouTube as well, and maybe the sudden explosion in streams to YouTube had a little bit of a surprise there. That is my best guess. I don't know what else it could be other than maybe YouTube was just weird yesterday. Oh look, Kitsu's over there. Yeah, the All Saints Wake started today. I haven't had time to do it on my main. So we'll do it first on Smol Caetsu for once. Weird. Because I bought that. I would like to return this. I don't need it anymore. I would also like to return this. Weirdly small refund you have on offer here. I'm pretty sure I bought it for way more, but okay. All the random stuff from Alexander. Best I can do is 500 seals. I think it was actually like 250. And let me actually check. I'm pretty sure that I paid like several thousand for that one. Let's see. Yep, just the first one. Just the first one is like 2,000, and the combined refund was like 1,500, I'd say, upper bound. Hey Manu, hope you're doing well. Right. All Saints Wake then. I sure wonder where it is. You're just watching my Lancer Dragoon video. Well, you could start on that. Look, there's a Halloween costume, or All Saints Wake costume. Dragoon isn't, Dragoon is very strange, because it has, like, it's very easy right when you get it, and then for many levels there isn't that much added, and then suddenly you get the life of the dragon, and suddenly there's a lot to manage, and then it just like escalates from there. There's also the thing worth considering with Dawn Trail, so the next expansion. We have been told that Dragoon is expecting a major rework. What that means, we don't know. On the one hand, you could argue that therefore there's no reason to pick it up. On the other hand, and that's the one that I would subscribe to, is since the job is going to get reworked in the next expansion, this is your last chance to try Dragoon as it exists right now. So might as well give it a try. Maybe you'll like it. Oh my stars, could it be the self-same adventurer who helped us keep wickedness at bay and transformed All Saints Wake from a night of screams into a day of revelry? Thank the 12 for bringing you to us, for the fiends of the realm knock at our door once again, and we need a dauntless soul to keep us to help us ensure they don't tear it off its hinges. The host of this year's parade of horrors is a woman with a pumpkin for her head. I shudder to consider whether this is some elaborate costume or no. Perhaps it is best not to know. A strange appearance makes my skin crawl, to say nothing of her underlings. Why, one might think the Continental Circus was come again, hiding their monstrous intentions behind the guise of celebration. We can be grateful that none have yet fallen under their spell, but I fear it is only a matter of time. We must act quickly to unearth their schemes. I would begin a thorough investigation at once, but I'm afraid my surveillance duties here prevent me from moving freely. That, my friend, is why I need you. Approach this pumpkin-headed witch under the flag of friendship and offer your services to her ghastly celebration. If you catch even a whiff of foul deeds, I want you to put a stop to them before any innocents come to harm. I knew I could count on you. Now then, you can find our quarry just across the way at Miketsu's amphitheater, where she is doubtless attempting to draw any and all passers-by into her ungodly procession. Humor her for now, but take care not to fall victim to her honeyed words. Hi.
It is you. I knew your arrival was inevitable, for any who once indulge in the revelry of All Saints' Wake cannot resist a chance to relive their experience. Oh, such eagerness. We are ever in need of willing hands to help with the festivities, preferably with bodies still attached. Of course, I understand you have been tasked with bringing to light any iniquity on my part. But you know from experience that I'm perfectly harmless, so you are free to conduct your little investigation, if it pleases you. Together, I believe we can make this All Saints' Wake into one that will be remembered for moons to come. Yet, before we begin, allow me to illuminate the history of this event and our intentions here. On this most unhallowed of nights, the saints revel in their palatial heavens, and as their judgmental eyes become leaden from drink, the impure are free to feast and frolic without fear of punishment. In ages past, the common folk would rue the coming of this night and cower in their homes, that is, until the adventurers took it upon themselves to rid the streets of evil, thus turning the event into a celebration of your collective bravery. A joyous happening, to be sure, but what of the goblin, the ghost, and the gremlin? Unfortunately, there are many monstrous sorts who yet consider this a night to spread fear like a plague. And so it struck me, what if All Saints' Wake could be an occasion for celebration among mortal and monster alike? I believe there's room for light in even the darkest of hearts. Which brings me to the question of your involvement. I would have you aid a minion of mine named Papa Gruff in facilitating an All Saints' Wake that will allow yours and mine to join hands in mutual merriment. Perhaps you know Papa Gruff. He was once a voidsent so depraved that his kin spoke of him only in hushed whispers, but I have since shackled, or rather, politely reasoned with him to commit devilry no more. Knowing of his formidable magical prowess, I have set him to work under these guiding words. Frighten enough to tickle, but not scar. Fear need not be an unpleasant experience, and Papa Gruff is doing his utmost to strike that delicate balance between felicity and fright. Not with much success, as I understand. I would love to proffer him advice myself, but I believe one such as you would know better what appeals to the mortals of this city. Might you give our beleaguered Papa Gruff a few words of advice? Thank you, truly. He should be putting on a performance near the Leatherworkers Guild at present, assuming he has yet to be chased from Gridanians' borders. Please speak with him and give him my encouragement.
Papa Gruff was like the bad guy of the All Saints' Wake event. The previous, I believe, 2 years of All Saints' Wake, might have been more than that, but at least for certain the last 2 years that was the case. And last year something happened, which is why he's now in service to our pumpkin-headed friend. If I remember correctly, last year's event also started here, and if I'm I'm pretty sure the year before that also started with something here. It's always in front of the Leatherworkers Guild, right? You're that meddlesome adventurer. Rather, I see tidings of my humble performance have reached even your ears. Good ma'am, please, honor me with your presence as my guest of honor. Without further ado, I shall summon a foul, fell beast before your very eyes. I only hope you've brought a change of small clothes. A monster. It'll take more than a magician's cantrip to scare me. Look here, my dear thrill-seekers, here lies an ordinary pumpkin. Or is it? Take care not to blink, for any moment of distraction may well be your last. Hey guys all, I hope you're doing well. Hey Coco, and yep it is. It started today. It's a dog. Oh, the terror, those bloodthirsty eyes, those razor-sharp fangs. Flee if you dare, but this hellhound will chase you to the ends of the earth to have its ounce of flesh. And I would know, considering the scars of its wrath upon my backside. What? Imagine each and every pumpkin adorning this fair city transformed into such a thing. Why, dread would prey upon Gridania to the last ilm if I made it so. A veritable banquet of chaos. Bloody brilliant! You drew us in all that talk of monsters, only to dash our expectations with an adorable pup. I admit some confusion at first, but now I see you are a clown among clowns. Bye. Not a single blood-curdling scream, but a smile is not a complete failure, I suppose. Depends on what you were aiming for. My pumpkin-headed master asked you to help me. Well, allow me to peel back the curtain, as they say. Considering our previous acquaintance, this hardly bears repeating, but my true form is that of a voidsent.
My, not even a grimace. Well, I suppose it would be inconvenient if you ran away screaming after every sideways glance in my direction. Now, for the matter of this furry abomination. Frightened enough to tickle, but not scar, is the agreement that binds me to my master. I don't need to be told twice that summoning any of my kind would be in gross violation of that covenant. So, remembering the deceptively winsome countenance of this vicious hellhound, I thought it would strike the perfect balance between horrifying and heartwarming. That is, until a child at an earlier show burst into tears at the pup's appearance. Now I've seen a man react with a hearty laugh to the exact same dog, with nary a trace of fear in his voice. The difference is vexing. Tell me, is a puppy something to be feared or cuddled? Depends. What frightens one may make another smile. Do you jest? You mean to say your kind's definition of terror differs from person to person? I admit that does explain the sheer contrast in reactions I've observed so far, and it does place me between a rock and a hellish, soul-rending place. If my task was simply a matter of bringing people to fearful tears, the ground beneath you would already be soaked through. How in the hell's good name does one frighten to tickle? Ah, but you, with your delicate sensibilities, can teach me to mix dread and delight into a charmingly chilling concoction. Let us begin at once.
Hmm. Let's get right to it, eh? First, we need to find people to scare, but not scar. Your kind seems to gravitate towards the pumpkins we've placed throughout the city, which creates the perfect opportunity for mild mischief. One of our displays should be just over this hill, and another is near the Lancers Guild. Your job is to tell me what to transform the pumpkins into once we find suitable test subjects. Let's see how well you tickle. Let's see how well you tickle. Let's see how well you tickle. Hi. An All Saints Wake performance. Very well, but I face slavering monsters almost daily, so it'll take something quite fantastic to make me flinch. Oh, I could make him flinch so hard his heart would burst in his chest. But that's neither here nor there. What type of ghoul would be suitable? Give him the ghastliest ghoul you can muster. Something middle of the road scary. A small, uncanny thing. I mean, he basically invited full blast, so I feel like we go full blast. Well, if you say so, allow me to oblige. The guts! That gave me quite a fright. I only hope I never face such a monstrosity on one of my patrols, else my final act might be to soil my breeches. Well played. Well played. We did it! We scared a person. Erdel says, oh no, those are actually frightening in late Eureka autos. I could imagine in most situations where those appear are somewhat frightening. There are some boss fights where they appear and they tend to involve a mechanic that can be evil or mean. At least in my experience. Very hard to see that boy behind our Astrologian friend here.
These decorations are so scary. You're not here to trick me, are you?
This one is ripe for the picking. Forget I said anything. So, what type of ghoul do you suggest? The most appalling abomination you can conceive of, and don't skimp on the ooze. The Hellhound ate my homework levels of dread. Something spoopy. Pardon me. Spooky. I think that's the one. I think. If you really think so.
Huh? You know, when you look at it, it's actually kinda cute. The puff of smoke was a little scary, though.
I think I'm beginning to understand. If a fright doesn't kill your kind, it can actually be somewhat pleasant. I believe I'm ready to take the proverbial stab at it. Come. There should be more pumpkins around Upcalu Falls. Go for it. How did the scarier one go, kids, huh? It's that kind of situation where if you pick wrong, it's just kind of like, you sure about that?
Don't tell me you're supposed to send a chill down my spine. Clowns are for babies. Clowns are for babies.
For babies, are they? I'll make this lass wish she was back in her mother's womb. You there, little girl. Look well upon this pumpkin. She called Papa Gruff a clown, I think.
Ah! I'm a monster!
Not to be confused with a clown.
What impressive magic! My heart won't stop pounding. Dad and Ma will have the fright of their life when I tell them I saw a real, honest-to-God monster. I can't wait to tell them. I'll think twice before I insult a clown again. Thank you for the thrills.
Wouldn't you actually think to like do that, because that was exactly what led you to get this experience? Did she say thank you? It scared her knee out of her shoes, and she thanks me. Can't say I've experienced that before. More like Daddy Gruff. I dare say I even enjoyed it. Yes, now is the time to capitalize upon this newfound tickling skill of mine. Let us visit the display near the Whistling Miller next. Now it would be extra interesting if you had like rolled up in a clown costume as well from a previous season, then you would have two clowns. Just two clowns looking at each other. Looks like someone is a is a One Piece fan, right? Good day to you, young lady. Might you join me in celebrating the joyous occasion that is All Saints' Wake?
Celebrate? That's the last thing on my mind. Please, go and bother someone else with that ghoulish makeup.
Oh my, aren't you in a fright? And not the good kind either. What happened, lass? Papa Gruff is here to help.
You'll really help? Well, I could certainly do worse than a clown. I've come from the Gridloam Growery, although fled from is probably more appropriate. I was tilling the fields, like always, when I heard a frightful voice from behind me. I turned around to meet it, and came face to face with the foulest monster I've ever seen. When I regained my senses, I was here, my throat hoarse from screaming. No power in the realm can persuade me to return, not while that horror wanders unchecked.
A monster, but we haven't visited the growlery yet. What could it have been, do you think? Maybe one of the transformed pumpkins from earlier? Impossible. Those illusions are no more capable of free movement than the pumpkins they sprang from. I believe something much more real may be lurking in Gridania. Yes, no doubt there are voidsent running amok. Yes, the only possibility. Here I am, tying myself into knots trying to learn the subtleties of spookery, while some uncouth brute goes rampaging through the Twellswood with nary a thought towards artistry. If we forgive such behavior, our efforts to find glee and terror will have been for naught. You sure have changed a lot, Papa Gruff. Tremble in fear no longer, lass. We shall investigate the matter.
Truly, you're the first people to believe my claims are more than seasonal mischief, though I knew Father was wrong when he said all clowns were villains. Thank you.
Again, those words ring strangely in my ears. However, it is not an entirely unpleasant sensation. I know this wasn't why you were sent to assist me, but there's no telling how many of my kind we may find. A single clown can only achieve so much, so would you lend me your aid in case the situation gets undesirably bloody? Thank you. Look at me, expressing gratitude, and to one of your kind no less. Well, no matter. Let us depart to the Great Loam Growlery and settle this. I didn't even remember this was called the Great Loam Growlery. I was like, is that somewhere out in the Black Shroud, or...? Wink. Our roguish quarry is close, doubtless lying in wait somewhere to catch us unawares. Once they show themselves, don't indulge them with anything but a face of stony indifference. You got it. Ow!
Oh, come on.
As I thought, a fellow voidsent. And what, pray tell, are you doing here?
A brother of the void? Then you know why I'm here. For the night of devilry. Once, we were free to carouse, creep, and caper, guided by the great pumpkin-headed archfiend. For too long, we have been denied our demonic rights, and it is I who shall reinstate our grandest event. From that? Yes, the age of the Great Gourd shall give way to the era of the Great Pot. Even now, my allies lie in wait throughout the city, ready to usher in the night of devilry. You must join us, brother. Join us as we rise again.
No.
What? Why?
Even if I wanted to, my covenant prevents me from engaging in the wanton vileness you propose. Regardless, I have no desire to join you for some cheap jaunt through the city with only a few startled mortals to show for it. Such indelicate devilry would only result in our swift and total annihilation.
Ha! Spoken like a true coward. Don't tell me you're frightened of some sharpened sticks and clumsy clubs.
Oh, but I am frightened, as you too would be, had you tasted the full brunt of my master's fury. Perhaps you may yet, if you continue to insist upon this foolish course. I have learned how to blend in with the people here and extract terror in such a way that does not tempt retaliation. Your plan would bring but a single night of debauchery. Learn how to cohabit, however, and our collective revelry can last forevermore.
Traitor! Then my minions and I will devour you and your puny popoto of a friend.
Hey. Ayo. I'm not a popoto.
That hit! The great guard? Naughty children ill deserve to join in the festivities. They should be happy as decorations, to serve as an example for any who would follow in their footsteps. Phew!
Sad pumpkin face. My lady, how pleasant it is to see you. Dare I ask why you grace us with your presence?
I caught wind of a voidsent disturbance and came here to investigate. When I heard your voices, I knew something was afoot. I must say, I'm quite pleased that you see the merit in my approach to All Saints' Wake. Yet something must be done about the other beasts that have crept into the city. Let us give them the same treatment and continue enjoying this unhallowed season on our own terms.
It's the saddest pumpkin. Hello, Amokius, Aviak, and hey, cats. Hope you're all doing well. Amokius says it's Rogan time. It is actually pretty common that the melee jobs get, like, weirdly slow to their first AoE for some reason.
With your help, rounding up our reckless kin should prove to be a simple matter. Let us make this All Saints' Wake an occasion to remember for those who dwell in the light and shadow alike. If you sight any errant ghouls, perform the spell I demonstrated earlier. In so doing, we shall convince the residents of Gridania that the source of their supposed nightmares was naught but a cluster of mundane pumpkins. This wand possesses the transformative power you require. Simply swing it about in a grandiose manner and point it at your target. Once the charm has been cast, I shall collect the pumpkins. I understand they are quite delicious when baked in pie.
Are you talking about the event, cats? Oh, that's as he called you, Papato. He called me a stringy sausage. Huh? Just when I was getting the hang of being the life of the party instead of the death of it, let's wrap this up quickly, lest this year's All Saints' Wake be remembered as a disaster. I sense something sinister lurking deep in these fields. As well as a trail heading to the east, perhaps towards the market or the Lancers Guild. Splitting up will be the easiest way to end this quickly. I'll escort the botanist from earlier back here and deal with whatever still haunts the brewery. I shall use the opportunity to convince her that what she witnessed before was nothing but an overzealous pumpkin. That should put her out at ease. I will leave the rest of Gridania to you. Once the voidsent have been verily vegetated,
Meet me at Miketsu's amphitheater so we can deliver my master news of our success. Now, let the show begin. Hmm. Is this someone that is also watching the stream? Also, hey Steve. Hope you're doing well. With a voidsent this small, can you even bite its ankles? I mean, its ankles are in a pot. Oh, it's Grelison. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. You're also welcome to join the party and come along if you like, but that is of course entirely optional. Going to the Lancers Guild. Poof. Well, it's not all events that give a mount. Personally, I'd rather have an emote than a mount. A pumpkin. Wait, this is all part of the All Saints Wake festivities, isn't it? I must say, that made my heart skip a beat. If this is what adorns the streets, I cannot wait to see what the main stage has in store. Also, hey Beamy. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I don't know, like, it's really nice if there's a whole bunch of stuff, but I feel like often we get either we get a new costume, like an outfit, or we get a mount, or we get an emote. It's usually not more than one thing, I feel like. And if I had to choose just one thing, I would rather have an emote, because I can just put together a spooky outfit with all the stuff we already have, and I probably wouldn't use the mount anyway. A pumpkin head. Yeah, I suppose. What? It was just a pumpkin. I knew the Wood Whalers wouldn't let such wicked things into the city. I've never seen such a feat of illusion before. If the rest of All Saints Wake is as entertaining, I'd best go and find the main event. I had a feeling there would already be a pumpkin head you could get somehow. Yeah, last year I believe you got like something that looked a little bit like a doctor's outfit, like, you know, crazy scientist style with like a gas mask or something like that. The year before that, you basically got Papa Gruff's outfit with makeup included, or was that the year before? The thing is that I don't believe it came with anything else included. I think one of them came with the Eat Pumpkin cookie or something like that. Huh? What? It was a pumpkin the whole time? I can't believe I fell for that, but now that I know it was just a trick, I'd like to see it again.
I just want to point out that we were just handed the ability to turn voidsent into pumpkins. And that would be wildly helpful in the MSQ, wouldn't it? You've turned all the prowling voidsent into harmless pumpkins. Papa Gruff awaits at Smol Caetsu's amphitheater to hear tidings of your success. Papa Gruff. Too bad we're done with the voidsent arc now. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. There you are. I took care of the voidsent still haunting the Great Lum Glory. Did your hunt go smoothly? Very much so. Good. Good. Now we can safely say that the only fights in store for the citizens of Gridania are of the decidedly entertaining variety.
I took the liberty of gathering the pumpkins you created. Their punishment will not be eternal, but they can stand to remain in their current form for the duration of the festivities. It is the least they can do in repentance. There you are, my fearless clown. Thank you for reassuring me. I had worried I might have to retire from my position at the Great Lum Glory and seek less haunted climates. As the master of the Botanists Guild, allow me to extend my personal thanks for helping my gifted pupil avoid such a decision. It would have been a grievous loss for all of us.
Oh, it was no trouble at all. In fact, I should thank you for being such an exemplary audience. A true entertainer brings his all to every stage, be it a grand amphitheater or a cozy vegetable patch. I only hope you were half as thrilled as I was.
That scary, whatever that was looked so real. I never could have guessed it was just a garden variety pumpkin. Truly, I feel privileged to have seen a master of illusion at his craft. As do I. I would that every day were so filled with surprises. As a token of our thanks, we made some pumpkin cookies from our most recent crop. Please enjoy them in good health.
Does that mean we can have that emote again? I do believe I can get used to this being thanked thing. Well, since you've gone through the trouble, I'd best eat them before they've cooled. To my good health. This is delicious! Explosions. This is delicious! This flavor, I've never tasted anything like it. The cookie's ether's tinged with something I can't quite pin down. It's bold, but not overpowering. Is this the taste of gratitude? Oh, how much of my life have I wasted only supping on terror, when all along a whole world of flavors was left neglected?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I shall consider your words a compliment nonetheless. These cookies are but a small token of my appreciation. I only wish I could have given more.
You mean I could potentially receive more gifts? If performing my act will get me more baked delights, I'd better get to work straight away. Why, this is shaping up to be quite the All Saints' wake indeed.
I could not have imagined a better day of celebration for all. Our success here is in no small part thanks to you. As I believe that Papa Gruff now has matters well in hand, I shall return to my manor. Pray visit if you are so inclined. Ah, yes, before I forget, do apprise that troublesome investigator of what has transpired here. Maybe he will finally cast his prying eyes elsewhere.
Thank you for checking in, Gleaming. An unshorn entry, eh? What? When are we getting cooking pumpkin cookies with Kai? I don't think I'm that good at baking, so that would actually be very, very difficult. There's also the part that it was actually a very massive challenge for me to actually get my camera out in the kitchen, for the coffee biscuits. But that could be fun one day. What a fantastic yarn. Monsters plotting against monsters, all to make us happy? I admit I find your story hard to swallow, but I also see no reason why a fellow guild member would lie. Very well, I shall take your tale at face value and consider these to be glad tidings indeed. However, I cannot help but wonder if this was all an elaborate ruse. They knew we were watching them, and that may have compelled them to put on a show of charity. After all, a monster cannot change its skin overnight. I shall continue to keep a close eye on their activities from afar. I thank you for everything you've done, and hope against hope that the evil has been laid to rest. Look, it's a vendor. Hello. That was not very many things. Very sad vendor. Oh look, Coco's over there. Ah, there's 2 places to go. Interesting. Where does this go? Oh, right. I don't know why you'd think this isn't this is Hawk Manor. They did say Haunted Manor. It's totally not the same. Totally not the same. I'm not sure if there's anything special to do here. I found NPCs. Hello. What happens if I choose this? Perfect. Now I have the ability to become rich. Finally. I am, however, not taller. What do you have? Now I'm taller. I did it! I finally became tall. It's the Kyenville. Not to be confused with Erenville. As a max height Hrothgar, just feel everyone. I just feel everyone is tiny. I could imagine that. Like I play a minimum height Lalafell, and then my main is a minimum height Aura. So I could imagine if I suddenly found myself piloting, like, I don't know, like a max height, Ellison or Rhaegarden, that would be very confusing. Small guy grew up and developed a Fantasia addiction. Wah, wah. Of all the things she could have developed. Well then. That would be a very expensive addiction, yeah. Right then. I believe that it's mostly the same in the Sneaky Hollow, it's just a different place. But we can go there and check, just so that we were there. I remember I saw this short a while back. Which was like, you know, I think it was like a cat girl sitting in Limsa and then saw some other character that had chosen a different race and like a specific outfit, so they then bought a Fantasia to look exactly like them. And then they see someone else in an outfit and a race that they aren't, so they buy a Fantasia to change to that. And then they see someone else with a look that they don't have, so they change to that. Over and over until they finally land back on Catgirl exactly where they started. And then they just keep going. Well, that's when it loops pretty much. And you're always looking at shorts. I mean, a different kind of shorts, you could say. I don't think there's anything else. There's like the whole like messing around with dressing up as characters from the story. I like shorts, they're comfy and easy to wear. Yeah, exactly. Look, it's Big Mommy. Right then. I think... Is that everything? We got a new emote. We can now do magic. We can shoot a star. And I think that's it. We all know streamers are just floating torsos, arms, and heads. That's why we never see their legs. They don't need you. I mean, I'm pretty sure you see me leave the room like once or twice per stream. But it would be funny if I just floated away, wouldn't it? Anyway, I believe the next thing on the list is doing leveling roulette. But before that, I will be right back, conveniently. And then we're doing roulettes and power leveling. Sorry. Look, I have pants. Alright, I'm back. What is that blackboard doing there? What? Huh? What blackboard? He's a voice act and it's Sheeran cosplayer. Surprise! You were all fooled. Right. So leveling roulette. Is everyone in the party up for leveling roulette? Oh look! Kryl is here! Caetsu says in game. Angel asking why the schedule is different. So if you've seen that I put like a weekly schedule, if something is underlined, like the date, the time, whatever it is, if something is underlined, it means that it's different from usual. So I'm bringing attention to it that, look, it's different. If I suddenly messed up the schedules or things were different from what I had planned, I would just fix the schedule instead of just going, oh, well, that's what we're doing then. I would make sure that the schedule is right. But it is true that normally we have a video premiere on Fridays. There's just that I don't really have time tomorrow for stream, so we're doing it today. Sorry, I took a while to do anything with it, so I'm doing another ready check. Oh, whoops. There we go. Don't forget to eat your eggs. Oh yeah, I am actually finally running low on food buffs. You just pull as much as you want. I can take it. We did the Great Ball Library a bunch of times last week, I believe. Just more of that. Yeah. Oh, and then we move again. And again. And then there's the knockback after that. Whoop. I can't remember. Does it do the disclosure then? Ow. Do you do the disclosure? Looks like you don't, so I guess you'll just die instead. The power of the almighty / comfort. It does get a little confusing with Astrologian in a dungeon where there's so much stopping and starting to actually align raid buffs or buffs in general. For those that don't know, the weird sad debuff that you get from those enemies insulting you makes you take more damage, but you can just remove it by using /comfort. Yes, the emote. But not everyone is aware of that, and it is not uncommon for people to, you know, not have that emote on their boss. Well, Mano says, I'd love to learn to play healer, but it seems so overwhelming. It's one step at a time. If you start with a lower level healer, like in like really low level dungeons, there will be less things to keep track of. On one hand, you'll have less tools to react with. On the other hand, the game will not assume that you do, so it will feel less overwhelming. Like if you're a conjurer in Sastasha, then your only option is pretty much, do you need to heal one person or more? That's the only things you need to think about. And of course, do you need to heal anyone is of course also a question you could ask. But having less things to worry about makes it a lot more manageable to get started. I also have problems with... I also play with a controller. That would make it a lot harder. I can't even begin to imagine how I would actually play a healer on a controller. Some people do it. I don't know how I would do it reliably. You could say it's probably some sort like a kind of a skill issue, because you would learn how to deal with that eventually. Yeah, the soft targeting is pretty handy for doing that. I just think that, just personally, if you have to like flip through your entire raid to target someone, that can get very hectic. I could imagine why it would feel a lot harder. Hey, Angel! Hope you're doing well. And that's also true, as Baby says, in a raid context. If you would actually be in a situation where you need to like flip through the entire raid, usually you would just instead use an AoE. So you might not need to flip through a lot of people. But it might feel limiting because like the option of doing it might be harder. And indeed, if you were to play Astrologian, you would almost guaranteed have a hard time like finding the person to target, because you would have to find the correct DPF to place your card on and stuff like that. That would probably be the hardest healer on a controller, I could imagine. Hey Jet, hope you're doing well. The X says, how do you do it on a keyboard and mouse? I either, like, depending on how I'm feeling, I'll either use the F buttons to target someone, or I will just use my mouse to click on them in the party frames. I'm sorry to hear that, Jet. I hope you get better soon. I will say, Beamy, it's not necessarily has to, it's just that often it is the most optimal way to do it, to get your cards played in a single double weave. But if things go well, you can often get away with playing a card and then drawing a new card, and then in the next weave you play a new card and draw again. Like, incidentally, I find it a lot easier to play and then draw than draw and play, because if you draw and play, you don't have very much time to actually think about who you're playing on. Whereas if you play first, then you can like start your cast, get your cursor in position. Although I suppose it would be hard to do that, because you would have to start your cast and then like target the person correctly, but macros could help. Hey Goldtooth, hope you're doing well. You missed us doing the All Saints Wake event. And then you missed us doing leveling roulette. Grelison says, wouldn't it be easier to just have 3 macros, 1 for each card type? Why 3? And what would the macro do? And yeah, I feel like we have an All Saints Wake event. It starts in Gridania. You have to remember that Astrologian has... They have 6 different cards, but they're actually like their effect. There's only 2 types. But the seals, there are 3 types. So ultimately, if you needed like a macro to target the melee player in your group and a macro to target your ranged player, that would just be 2. The problem is, if you're playing Astrologian like optimally at max level, usually what's going to happen in a burst situation is that you play a card, draw a card, play a card, draw a card, and play a card, and that means 3 cards, which means that if you have the optimal range target and the optimal melee target, and you actually draw a melee and a ranged card, you will still have a 3rd card that has to go to the 2nd best. And sometimes you'll draw 3 melee cards, sometimes you'll draw 3 ranged cards. So you will eventually have to, like, if you're trying to play optimally, you don't necessarily have to play optimally, but you would be forced to freestyle it at some point. Some people have like a macro for every single player in their party so that they can just click the person with their mouse, for example. You could just make like 8 macros so you can target anyone in your party, and just, I don't know if there's enough button real estate for that. You could just, flip to that and do that. But the difficult part is that you can't possibly know whether you're getting 3 melee cards, 3 ranged cards, or some weird mix before you get the cards. And there's also the part, as Beamy says, that because of the sheer speed that Astrologian has to like draw and play their cards, macros may sometimes get awkward due to their lack of spell queuing. But it depends on the person what they need. The thing is that you will need to be able to freestyle your cards. You have to remember, Grelison, it's not about whether you get 2 melee cards. The way that you do the card burst optimally is that you draw a card, and then when divination comes up, you have a card and 2 extra cards. So you could get 3 melee cards. Like, you could get 3. And even if you got, like, even Stevens, 1 melee, 1 ranged, you would still have a 3rd card. And that goes on someone else. Hey Adam, hope you're doing well. Jet says there's also the problem of having an optimal target macro. It doesn't take into account if they're dead or have weakness debuff from having died. That's true. And if you're like really optimizing, who the best target is can can depend on when and where in the fight you are, right? So it can get very complicated. Just keep in mind, Goldtooth, that the True North effect is only for the Dragoon user, not on the other person. But other than that, that is pretty fine. Personally, I like to just use a focus macro and just set the person that I want to use it on as my focus target. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly who needs the cards is very complicated and has to be adjusted on the fly. So you can't just it isn't possible to just make a macro and call it a day. Both because it depends on what the fight is, what your group composition is, and what cards you got. Just sounds like a just play white mage angle to me. I mean, that's the thing. If you don't feel like playing Astrologian because it's overwhelming, it's fortunate that we have white mage as an alternative. Also, that sounds great, Adam. As long as you're having like progress, then it isn't like it doesn't feel like it's endless, right? Right. Let's do 5, 6, 7, 8 next. And that's also true if you're playing, casual content, then it's not unlikely that you sometimes have an unexpected player be superior. You can't get a proper answer to this without illegal means. Well, you can get a pretty good answer to it if you're doing, like... Unless the... Like, the thing is, you will not be able to get a perfect answer on AoE. But if it's like a single target... If the dancer has a significant lead on enmity over the machinist, there's an extremely high probability that the dancer is stronger than the machinist. If that is then compounded by the dancer incidentally having more HP than the machinist, implying that the dancer has a higher average item level, then you're getting somewhere. The reason why it's common to say you can't actually use enmity as a measure is because, well, the dancer has a healing spell, a healing ability, so they could just farm healing enmity. But let's just say if the dancer is ahead because of the healing enmity, then it's almost certain that the dancer and machinist are almost like even on damage, so it doesn't matter. Like, if the dancer's winning on enmity, there's a pretty good chance they're doing more damage than the machinist. And at worst, they're probably not doing less damage than the machinist. But you can't always get a clear answer. Like, for instance, you have no ability to figure out which tank is doing more damage because of enmity management. Oh my goodness. Apparently, I've had the video for this week just release at the same time as the stream started. Now I understand what Angel meant. Now I get it. Well, just give me a moment. You could have been more precise about that, but now the video is out. Let me just make a post about that. That was not planned. That was not planned. It was supposed to come out tomorrow. I'm really, really sorry about that. Oh. Well, that is very awkward. That was an oopsie. That was not planned. Well, it's out now. Hopefully it doesn't hurt anyone too much. Well, that does mean there's no video for tomorrow. I'm sorry about that. And no premiere because it already released. That might actually explain. I was wondering why there were so few people at the stream. But obviously, if you're sitting there like, well, there's also the video, that explains a lot. I'm really, really sorry about that. Let me just, You sometimes hear about... Sorry? That is very frustrating. Ah! And I could have saved it if I had just been paying attention and saw that the post came out. But I wasn't. Oh well. Who would have known? I should have known. I was supposed to know. But that was absolutely not supposed to happen. Normally I make sure they like split up. So you don't have to choose between watching the stream and watching the video. That's not supposed to be like that. Not at all. It reminds me of when I accidentally set the post for the Crystal Tower video months ago, so that the post came in the morning instead of when it was supposed to happen. So there was just a bunch of people sitting there like, "What do you mean, Premiere? There's nothing here. It's posting to a dead link that isn't working." Huh? And then I woke up. We'll watch it tomorrow. You can watch it today. I don't mind. It's just I really wanted to be sure there was something each day instead of like, you know, big nothing on the Saturday when we normally have the stream. I pretty much mention this every time we do this boss. The snowdrift that it casts, the debuff you get from it is actually for not moving. So it's like a light deep freeze mechanic. So if you're moving, you don't get it. The thing is that it doesn't really reach a point where it matters. Amokio says I'm a white mage in the twinning, only using Cure 3 and Cure 2. After I told them it's better for single target. Yeah, that's regarding the whole tutorial stuff that video I put out earlier this week was about, right? That maybe they didn't learn that they could do other stuff. Or do they attack? Is the white mage attacking? Or is it just cure spam?
Hmm.
Hard to say, Amokius. The thing is that someone having a job at level 90 doesn't necessarily mean that they were playing it right. It is totally possible that they leveled Sage just spamming healing as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Diagnosis spam, Sage. It could happen. Yeah, that is the thing, Amokius, is that you can't do you can't force people to learn. So if they don't, like, if they haven't learned, there's a good chance that they haven't because they refuse to. A problem that I saw someone else raise in on the tutorial video I released Wednesday is sometimes a player will reach a point where they think that they have mastered the job, right? Like if you're level 90 with a job, some players at least would assume that they know what they're doing with the job, right? At least by level 90. So if you reach level 90 and then people start telling you how to play your job, then you're like, no, I know how to do this. And the thing is, to accept that you're wrong, to be able to accept that you're wrong about that, that would mean that you have to also simultaneously accept that you've been playing the job wrong all along. And if it's Sage, it's 20 levels. If it's White Mage, it's 90 levels. It's just so much time that it can be very difficult to accept for some people that they've been doing it wrong. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. But yeah, that's the thing, is that some players decide that they don't need anyone else, and that can get worse if they reach a point where they believe they have probably kinda mastered the job. Because that means they have even less reason to take your word for it or listen. And the higher level they get, the harder pill that is to swallow, that they've been wrong. It's the same thing about a lot of things in real life, that it can be really hard for someone to accept that they did something wrong, because, well, that's how I've always done it. So, you mean to say that I was always wrong? Yeah, exactly. As Chelsea says, I normally am like that with my healers, though on DPS I'm much more likely to listen. The thing is that if someone says you're doing it wrong, I think the best thing you can do about that is try and see if you can evaluate why they would say that. Like, I'm often put in the position of someone saying that something that I say in my videos is completely wrong. And sometimes that's correct, that I've made a mistake. But a lot of the time, it's just that they didn't understand something, so they decide that I have to be the wrong one, because if I'm right and they're wrong, they can't accept that. Like, for example, being told that you're supposed to be attacking as a healer. That can be really hard to accept if you've played healer for ages in Final Fantasy XIV and not healing, and the easiest way to come to this conclusion is by only playing healer, for example. And I'm just using healer as a core example because the not attacking is one of the clearest mistakes that healers can typically do. And the easiest way to miss that is if you're doing a dungeon and you're the healer, there is no other healer to teach you. By the time there will be another healer, you're doing Ifrit hard. You're level 50. And that might not be a problem because you're just spam healing the other healers attacking. So the way you might convince yourself this is going down is, I have to do all this healing because the other healer's just attacking like an idiot. And that if that's the logic that you reach, then you're already lost, right? Because you're concluding that the reason why you have to spam heal more in this trial situation is because the other healer's not healing, even though they are attacking because they don't have to heal. And that also applies in so many other situations where specifically the tank and the healer can run into this problem, because for the first 50 levels or so, if you're only playing one role, and specifically tank or healer, you will not meet or see how other tanks or healers do it. You just won't. You'll just be doing your own thing. So that's how you will see healers that don't attack because they are never taught that they should be attacking. They don't see other healers attacking because they don't see other healers. You have tanks that are pulling one pack at a time, regardless of whether they should or shouldn't, because they haven't seen other tanks do anything different, because they haven't seen other tanks. Just period, right? Just that's it. That's all. And the reason why that can be different for the DPS is because in every dungeon, there's one other DPS. They might not be the same job as you, they might not be the same type of DPS as you, but you can probably learn a thing or two from them. Sometimes the other DPS is going to be the same job as you. Sometimes the other DPS is going to be the same role as you. So you'll start to pick up tricks from them. The tank and the healer won't do that. The only way to see how other tanks play is by, stepping away for a moment and letting someone else have a go, right? The only way to see how someone else heals a dungeon is by stepping away and letting someone else have a go. Mokia says, I also I also kind of feel like you can get away with performing terribly as a DPS. Things might die quicker, but I barely ever seen someone address the lack of DPS in dungeons. Yeah, so you do a big wall-to-wall pull in a dungeon, right? You do a big, massive wall-to-wall pull in a dungeon. If the healer's bad, the tank might die. And then the healer dies, and then DPS dies. Potentially. If the tank is bad, then the tank might die. And then the healer dies, and then DPS dies. But the way that that works is if the healer's bad, then the tank dies because they didn't receive enough healing. If the tank is bad, then the tank dies because they didn't help the healer mitigate the damage. Sometimes the healer can, like, mitigate that by just healing so much that it works. If the DPS is bad, then it means that the fight takes so incredibly long that both the tank and healer completely run dry, and then the tank dies, and then the healer dies, and then the DPS dies. Which means that in most situations, it can be hard to determine whose fault it is if the damage was bad. If the damage was bad, it looks the same as if the tank stopped using defensive cooldowns and the healer stopped healing simultaneously. Exactly, as Bondi says, DPS has the least feedback for being bad, despite having the most impact on the clear efficiency. And that is very true. It could also be that the DPS doesn't, like, the DPS can, some DPS jobs can compensate for a bad tank or a bad healer by using their utility. But absolutely, you're not going to notice it in the same way. You just won't. In modern Final Fantasy, to clear a dungeon, need a tank or a healer, not both. I mean, a really good tank. It used to be the case some years ago, at least in my experience, some years ago, that a really good healer could compensate for a bad tank. Because you could just power spam heal through the damage. So you could compensate for the tank not doing anything. A tank could not compensate for a really bad healer. You could only do so much. Nowadays, some tanks don't need a healer at all. So they can compensate for a bad healer. And a great healer can sometimes compensate for a bad tank. Sometimes, I say, but honestly, some healers can compensate for any tank, really. Exactly, if you actually try a little bit of everything, you'll get better at everything. Like, you playing healer means that you both learn the perspective of healing and you get to see tanks. Then you play tank, you learn how to tank, you learn how tanks think in relation to the healer, and you also get to see how the healers play, right? Hmm. They didn't give me mana ward for nothing. Also, hey, Siren and Azure. I hope you're both doing well. Right, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. That is 2 out of 2. Alright, I'm back. Mokyo says, I actually actively avoid playing Warrior because I feel like if I end up with Sprouts, I'm not letting them learn anything. Well, on the other hand, if you land with Sprouts that need to learn a thing or two, you might not be level 56, and if you're not level 56, you don't have Raw Intuition, so you're probably fine. GoTooth says, people do need to learn that just because you can see the boss doesn't mean that you have to attack it immediately. You can wait for just a moment or so to get all your resources back. The thing is, if you're doing a dungeon, right? So if you're doing a dungeon, then you can view each fight as an individual section of its own that you want to optimize. Or if you view the entire dungeon as a single encounter, you could say, then optimizing that is about minimizing the time the entire encounter takes, which means that you want to use your cooldowns, like your damage boosting cooldowns, kind of on cooldown to maximize the damage you can do so that you can kill all the mobs faster. And waiting a moment for all of your waiting a minute for all of your cooldowns to be ready when you reach the boss is not going to make the boss take 1 minute less. So that means that it's actually better to go in with your cooldowns not ready and just do your best, because the boss is going to die just the same. The reason why this matters in like an extreme or savage encounter, where you want to make sure that your opener is perfect, is because the boss is like, you pull at the boss and then the boss is like, alright, setting the egg timer to 10 minutes. And if you haven't killed me by then, I'll kill you. So it's really crucial that you don't meet that. But in a dungeon, every single encounter has no particular time limit. So if you're just doing as much as you can every single second, you're doing as much as you can, of course. But it's like, it's of course a different thing if you wipe. But the trick is that if you wipe on a dungeon boss, hypothetically, then you get all of your cooldowns back. But there is something to what GoTooth said. Just because you can see the boss doesn't mean you should pull it. Usually I will, you know, as I'm running through a dungeon, if I'm the tank, for example, I will like regularly glance behind me, check the map, see is everyone actually keeping up. Like, you might say, well, the healer didn't say they were AFK, so it's not my problem that they are like over in Narnia not keeping up with the group. But they wouldn't have had to say anything if you just looked at your map. But yeah, the thing is, it's very easy to make this mistake, because obviously it feels like the bosses are where you go full blast, right? So you're saving your cooldowns for that. But it turns out that the fastest way to clear a dungeon is to just use everything as quickly as you can, almost. I say almost, because if you click all of your cooldowns while the tank is still pulling, then most of your damage is just going to go to the mobs that they have currently pulled. And you're probably going to be doing less damage because they keep moving away. But once the pack is settled, that's when you just, BAM! Use everything. But just using everything as much as you can, you're going to do more damage. It's not that important as, like, the thing is, it's only a few more minutes, but it's, like, repeatedly just a few more minutes. Like, the time difference between, like, I've done Aetherfont, the final dungeon, or the next to final dungeon, so not the final dungeon of the expansion, but the one just before that. I've done both cleared it in like 12 minutes, but I've also cleared it in 20 minutes. And the difference is usually in, is everyone attacking? Is everyone using their cooldowns? And each thing compounds, right? Like, healer not attacking. Some DPS is not using their damage cooldowns on trash. The other DPS isn't doing their rotation correctly. One of them might also be undergeared. And I'm saying it from the tank perspective, because often when I'm alone, I'm tanking. Gridanians says I usually just make sure everyone is in range because of raid buff ranges. Well, to be fair, most raid buffs have been increased to 30 yalms. So that isn't very likely to be a problem these days. Anyway, next roulette is trials. So if there's anyone in the chat that would like to join up and come along, do let me know. And I'll make sure to invite you. Yep, trial roulette. Just remember that we are on Alpha Light on EU. What you could do there, Goldtooth, is, well, it depends on how good the tank is. Most tanks should be capable of holding aggro. Depending on how low level you are. Like if you don't have Sonic Thrust yet, you can do a 1-2 combo or 1-3 combo to get your damage buff up, get Chaos Thrust on one of the mobs. And as the mobs clump up more, you can start spamming Doom Spike. If you are at the level where you have Sonic Thrust, you can just spam your AoE combo. Most of the time, tanks have done enough enmity that it shouldn't be a problem. I say most of the time because not all tanks do that. Why would that impact that, Siren? Your character's not on EU or what? Remember, if you're not on light but you are on chaos, if you log out to the character select, you can right click your name on the right and choose data center travel to hop to light if you want. Yeah, you just have to log out to the character select, then you can data center travel. I have a short on it as well if you're still not certain where to look. Does that mean you want to come along? Because I can wait. I can wait. I can't remember when they added it, but I'd like to say early Endwalker. Goto says, I mean, like when the tank is grabbing everything and doing the wall-to-wall pull, I usually can't sit there and spam my Sonic Thrust and all the other AoE. And the buffering. But yeah, it's the thing is, it might look like you're missing everything, Goldtooth, because you do the attack and then the mobs move. But that's not how AoE works. What was the character name again, Siren? The way that AoE works is if you're like facing towards a pack of enemies and you click Doom Spike, then the game immediately checks who was in front of you at that moment and then hits all of them. So it doesn't matter that they keep stepping away. As long as you click the attack when they are in front of you, you will land the attack. You could send me a tell if you prefer. You just well, you have to be at least on light, I think, for me to be able to invite you. But yeah, just like how mobs wind up to do an attack, and then the telegraph disappears, and then they hit you even though you're like far away. Your attacks snapshot in turn as well. So even though your attack animation doesn't seem to hit, as long as they were at the correct spot when you're starting, even if halfway through my animation just stops and it looks like I did nothing, that sounds like a lag issue. But But yeah, that is a different situation. Yeah, if the attack doesn't actually animate, then that's a different thing. You could try, if you aren't already doing it, you could try and make sure you sprint alongside the tank so that you're closer to the mobs. But yeah, if you're having latency issues, that is of course a separate problem. And that is something that I don't really have a fix for. But if your AoE just doesn't work, then of course just spamming a ranged attack that does at the very least connect is better than nothing. Well, I don't know if we're waiting for anyone. I don't think we're waiting for anyone, is that right? If you stop mid animation and it just kind of cancels, it's almost certain that it's because of like either you're just barely out of range, that can sometimes happen even on a good connection, or you're having latency issues, which is causing this. Now we have the possibility of everybody commending this random person that we're getting. You're welcome, Chelsea. Remember, do your thought and Unreal. Mhm. That is actually also something that we've talked about before, Gold Tooth, is that some players will have their sprint on a like really far away button, so it's easy to forget that they have sprint. But sprint is like one of the most effective ways to reduce the time a dungeon takes, for example. Just because it means you spend less time running between packs. And as a DPS, especially a melee DPS, it can be a DPS gain simply because you're not out of range anymore. Ah, he didn't get to do very much. The thing is, this fight is extremely cool. It's just a shame that the fight is on normal. A little easy, maybe? If I remember correctly, I've heard that it used to be like, back in Heavensward it wasn't as easy. Which would make sense. But nowadays it could really use like maybe a little bit higher damage numbers. Like nothing else. The fight is fine, it's just things aren't doing enough damage. Exactly, Amokius. It's like it looks really cool, but the thing is, if your attacks, like if the boss's attacks don't really do anything, then it doesn't like it doesn't feel that great anymore. It doesn't feel that exciting. It's like when a game has like poorly scaling attacks, so you're like, maybe you have like this really big magic explosion, but it actually does less damage than just like grabbing your bow and firing an arrow, right? Then at first the big fiery explosion is really cool, but then you realize it doesn't really do anything. And then it kind of instantly loses its bite or its effect. Same problem in the MSQ roulette. Yeah, the thing is that I think part of the problem is that some of the bosses in the MSQ roulette just, they don't do enough. And they don't have enough HP to become threatening. A good example of that is that we discovered by trying to solo Castrum that the ads, like the humanoid ads on the Black Eft, that's the name of the first boss in Castrum, the guy that is on the Magitech armor, the humanoid ads get really angry if you let them survive. Like, if they stay around for like 20 seconds or so, they'll cast a spell and then their auto attacks will like do 4 or 5 times the damage they did before. But they have such an astounding amount of HP that you can just AoE them down, right? It's not exactly what we could call optimal. Right. So next we are doing, does everyone have, well, Alexander raid series for a normal raid? Well, the reason why it can be a little bit of a letdown, Goldtooth, is because sometimes the fights are challenging. It's not supposed to be that on normal all the bosses are just complete pushovers, but there is a difference between being beatable in a single session as part of the story and being a complete pushover, where the Thought End fight is like the pushover situation. You could say that what's a good example? I would say the at least I would say the first trial in Endwalker was challenging. It's less challenging now because most people have figured it out, but when you haven't yet, it is quite challenging and it can absolutely wipe you. Just as an example. And you shouldn't need to go all the way to the extreme difficulty to find like a reasonable challenge without it being like overwhelming. But that, at least that's my opinion. Exactly, it's not really a fight if it's completely one-sided. Oh, laser. I think part of the problem there, Bondi, is also that because there are enough players in the group, you can often get away with not learning very much. Because everyone, like, a few good players can cover for a lot of bad players in a lot of situations. And by bad player in this case, I more so mean a player that hasn't learned yet. No worries, Goldtooth. It's just the problem is simply that it's not that we're like the fight is like the fight should be way harder. It's specifically like my complaint with the Thought End fight is that it's all fine. Like, the fight itself is fine. Looks great. It's very, very inspiring. It's just, if they just increased the damage numbers, it would be a lot more interesting as a fight. It's just, that's the problem. The fight itself looks excellent and everything. It would just be nice if they buffed the numbers a bit. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily an easy task. Like, if you just have to make a really hard fight, then you just have to make sure that it's beatable, right? And then everything else is irrelevant, honestly. But if you have to make a fight that is both beatable, challenging, but not too hard for more casual players, then it's not good enough to say, well, I can beat it. And that can actually make it a lot harder to balance, to both be interesting without being a pushover. And yeah, exactly as Chelsea says, it's more like a critique. Imagine if your first encounter with Thordan there on normal was more difficult. Like, imagine if that Knights of the Round attack right there at the end actually, like, really demanded something of the healers. I think that would make it a lot more interesting. Just as one example of something that could have been changed. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Exactly, Goldtooth. It's like, as you say, you would probably remember that fight more fondly if it was a little bit more engaging. Oh, that's an invuln. What level are we at? 64 so far. We had a little bit of a detour here. If I remember correctly, Beamy, they not only use that theme in T, they use like a faster version. Right. So, Alliance raid next. We are in the Sneaky Hollow, which is the All Saints Wake area. We can only have one tank in Alliance raid. Wait, sorry, just a moment. Hmm. Hmm. I was just waiting because I was wondering if Amy actually wants to come along. I don't know if the PC issue has been resolved. Hmm. Okay, well then we go. Hmm. Hmm. But yeah, the thing is, and that's what I said before, is that making an encounter that is beatable in one sitting with a group of relatively casual players, while still being engaging and challenging, can be very difficult. And that can sometimes lead it to feel like, if you're a little bit more experienced with the game, that there's no challenge in the main quest. But the problem is that because Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO, they are sort of incentivized to, you know, it's better to have as many players as possible than just getting, you know, quality users, you could say. So they'd rather have more players than better players, necessarily. And if having challenging content incentivizes players to play the game, regardless of whether they play the content or not, then they're incentivized to have difficult content. And they're, of course, also incentivized to have all sorts of content to give people stuff to do. But if the mandatory main quest is hard, like actually hard, so that it could bar some players from progression, then it could push away potential players. And the thing is, this is like not just, oh, so that means that every terrible player that refuses to learn a thing gets to play. That's not necessarily what it means. Sometimes these players that would find, I don't know, like a really, really hard fought and fight demoralizing, so they would give up. Some of these players eventually get interested in getting really good at the game because they enjoyed it. Eventually, they circle around and go, you know what, maybe I should try Savage Raiding, or at least an Extreme. But if you push them away by challenging them with mandatory content just to reach max level, then they might never reach that point. So that's part of the conundrum with making mandatory main quest content. And that's part, I think, part of the reason why they are motivated to make a lot of the mandatory content in the game very easy, so that no one gets pushed away in this way. Hmm. 30 minutes of overcoming a mild struggle is more quality than 30 minutes of... You're right. I agree. But the thing is, for some players, and no, I'm not making this up, for some players, a fight like, well, not Vorden, but like a fight like Titan Hard is actually really hard for them. And if you have to both make a fight that is doable, manageable by players that feel that is difficult, while simultaneously also being interesting for a much more experienced player or a player that is a lot more well acquainted with MMOs and difficult content, you're not going to find a middle ground where they're both satisfied. I don't think you can. So the effect is that the players that are really good at the game feel like there is nothing that can challenge them outside of like extremes and savage, while the very casual players are like, I couldn't imagine ever doing a savage encounter when the normal content is this hard. And yeah, you're right. These players typically don't actually wipe on the content, because they're usually paired up with a bunch of good players that make up for their weakness. But that's just how it is. That's unfortunately just how it is. I'm glad that I couldn't, that I don't have the possibility of landing in a group where if I'm the only person that knows that knows how to play the game well, I'm not like just, oh, we can't beat this boss. Because the content is made, like the roulette content is mostly made to be beaten by any skill level. It's not perfect. I mean, comparing the difficulty of the MSQ with a Pokemon game, I feel like might be a little bit hyperbolic, don't you think? Hey Licky, hope you're doing well. And I do agree that many of the boss fights could probably have been made more interesting by simply having the boss have more HP so they don't die as fast. Like, that is probably the bigger issue with a lot of content, is that you don't even get to see all of its mechanics because it dies too fast. bosses should stay at 1 HP until all mechanics have been used. That doesn't sound like a good idea, no. I think that might be bad. I just think maybe the bosses could use a little bit more HP. Gleaming says, I saw the video today and I wanted to ask, do you think understanding what all your tools do helps you get good faster than memorizing a specific rotation? I think if you understand what your toolkit does, there's a much greater chance that you will, like, play better. Like, something that I tend to point out is that if you understand why your opener is the way that it is, then it's no longer a matter of memorizing it because you understand why it is the way that it is. If you understand why you do things, then you don't have to like memorize it. You can just reason your way to the rotation and the opener consistently, because you're not like remembering what it was again. You just know that's how this job does this, that's how this job does that. It's like the difference between memorizing a mathematical formula and understanding a mathematical formula, so you know why it is the way that it is. So you don't even have to remember it, because you can just, like, hypothetically, if you're like a big math nerd, you would be able to just make the formula again. Like, you would just be able to reason your way back to what it was. Exactly, as Matthew says, a lot of bosses would probably spend an awful long time on 1 HP. Because the problem is ultimately not that you speedrun too fast through the bosses, it's more like the bosses just have way too little HP. Goldtooth says, we have people complaining that dungeons take too long. Do we? Do we? Huh. I haven't heard that. But I think the reason why people would complain that the dungeons take too long is because they think the dungeons are not super fun. So, of course, they would prefer if the dungeons were shorter if they're not enjoying them. So if the bosses are not particularly engaging, for one reason or another, then they would prefer if the dungeon ended sooner, right? Yeah, exactly, Gleaming. Like, once you understand, like, the intricacies of the rotation, the small tricks, and the reasons why the opener is the way that it is, then you no longer have to, like, memorize, oh, I have to do a 1, 2, 3 combo to make sure I get enough blood gauge for Living Shadow. Because you know that. But yeah, I think when people complain that content in the game takes too long, it's either because they don't like the content or because they realize they have to do the content for an unreasonably long time because of the time. Like, something that I remember specifically is that when Eureka was the thing, the new thing, that was the way to get some of your best equipment, like your relics, there were some people that really didn't like it. Nowadays, you don't hear that many people complain about Eureka, I don't think, because for the most part, only the people that care about it will do it. But people complained about it because they had to do it. It wasn't about whether they liked it or not. Those that liked it would just say nothing. Those that didn't like it complained because they had to do it, it felt like. And that perpetuated in Bozja. I remember clearly that in Bozja, like when Bozja was the thing, a lot of people were saying, this is just worse Eureka. Which was really funny because people did, like, those were the same people that complained about Eureka. They were just like, oh, this is even worse. Even though many of the things that made Eureka that made Eureka something they didn't enjoy had been lessened or removed. The thing is, once Bozja was no longer current, people started liking it more and wanting it again in Endwalker. So the problem is more so with mandatory content or perceived mandatory content, and not about whether it's fun or not, actually, because someone will hate it. And the people that don't like the content, for whatever reason, whatever the reason may be that they don't like the content, they would rather the content was less. Like, if they don't like expert roulettes because it's too easy, they would rather that expert roulette's finished faster, so you didn't have to deal with it. Hey, Carolyn. I am enjoying Astrologian. Oop. That's a lot of damage coming out right now. That's when you do expert with 1 tank and 3 DPS. Something like that. I mean, the thing is, you might be able to do the content in a way that makes it fun, but I feel like the common problem is that if people don't like the content, they would prefer it didn't exist or they didn't have to do it. And because you have to... Well, you don't actually have to do expert roulettes. You can get your tomestones different ways. But if you feel like you have to do it for any reason, then it's going to feel mandatory, right? And if you don't like it, then it feeling mandatory really sucks. And that is consistent with any content in an MMO, really. Oh, apparently I was just barely in range. But the thing is, and this is the reason why it is kind of a problem to intentionally make the content take less time, is that a lot of the content in Final Fantasy XIV are basically just there as vehicles for something to play the game against, right? Which is a really, really weird way of saying the reason why there's bosses in the game is so that you have something to attack. And if people don't enjoy what they're attacking, then that's a problem. But it's similar to how... what was it? I've said 100 times at this point. People said, oh, these variant and criterion dungeons are kind of fun. It's a shame that they don't actually have worthwhile rewards. Because that means I have no incentive to do it, even though I'm having fun with it. So the reason why expert roulettes give rewards is to give you a reason to do expert roulettes. But if you don't like any of the ways to get the reward that expert roulette is supposed to give you, and you don't like expert roulette, then it feels like you're forced to do content that you don't like. Which, it feels like that because it is like that, because you'll be indirectly forced to do it. But I do understand that if you're really well geared, then expert roulettes are not going to feel very inspiring. As I said earlier today, what was it? Beamy said that the expert roulette is very, very easy. And that they've had tanks that could basically do the entire dungeon alone. But that's not too surprising when the final dungeon in Endwalker had a minimum item level of 620. So if you're 660, then you are severely overgearing the content when it was released. Like, when it got released, you had already overgeared it and made it, like, irrelevant. But some players needed the difficulty to be at that level. Do we kill it before there's another split? Bruh. Licky says, I had no problem tanking the newest dungeon at 630 with no healer as a warrior. Fair enough. Hello, Snand. You also started playing Astrologian again since yesterday. Well, I hope you're having fun with it, as you say. The boss came back at like 1 HP. But yeah, it's just that because the game has to both try and accommodate less skilled players while also having content for everyone to do. It's a very, very difficult game, so to speak. I don't have a solution. Well, I don't have a solution with the way that we get content right now. I believe they said that they were planning to add more better rewards to variant and criterion dungeons. But I'm just saying, if they release a variant and criterion dungeon and it has gear that can be viewed as gear upgrades, okay? So gear upgrades. It could be 655, really. I'm just saying, if anyone starts saying that it's really annoying that the variant and criterion dungeons are suddenly mandatory, I called it, right? Just let it be known that I said it. If they add any upgrade or reward that people want to content, then it almost instantly flips from being, oh, this is kind of fun, shame there isn't any good reward, to, I have to do this. Oh, Licky, you have to remember that if you're a Savage Raider, then 660 is a downgrade. But at this point, there is no upgrade left to be had for Endwalker, and you know this. But a casual player that doesn't have full 660 yet because they only get one piece per week because they're not doing hunt trains, they might look at this side content and feel necessitated to do it. I'm just saying, I don't care what item level it happens to be. If there is a tangible gear upgrade from the variant and criterion dungeons, and then people start saying that it's annoying that it's mandatory, I don't care what the number is. I feel like that's maybe a little bit focusing on something too specific. I'm saying if there's gear upgrades and then people start flipping from saying shame that there is nothing worth doing it for to it's really annoying that it's mandatory, then I called it. Because that was the problem with Eureka, was that there were gear upgrades in it because the relic weapon was there. That was the problem in Boja because, well, there was the not upgrade immediately, not upgrade for the entire expansion, but there was the 5 materia slot gear that you could get. And then there was the relic weapons. In both cases, because they were upgrades, it made the content sort of mandatory. And that meant that there was a significant amount of players that said, oh, that's really annoying that this content is mandatory. And it's just never really something you can win because, as I said, they add gear which makes the content relevant. People complain that they have to do it. They don't add gear to the content because then it isn't mandatory, and people complain that there isn't any gear rewards. What do you do? The thing is, what you do is you realize that the people complaining in these situations are not the same players, right? The players that say, oh, this is fun. Sure is a shame there aren't any good rewards from it, will be happy to see that there's now significant gear upgrades from it. They'll be happy to see that. The players that never did it anyway, will complain that now they have to do it. So that's the reason why this happens. When Eureka was current, there was a bunch of players having fun with it, not saying a word. And then there was a lot of players complaining that they had to do it. Then when no one had to do it anymore, the players that had to do it just stopped talking about it. And the players that liked it might start being sad that there's no longer relevant content in this, aspect anymore. Then Boja is added, and the people that didn't like Eureka obviously don't like Boja either. So the cycle begins anew. And this keeps happening, and it happens in all sorts of content, because the people that complain about the content and the people that don't say a word are not the same players in both cases. Bondi says you need best in slot for Criterion Savage, so at best it would be a side grade. I mean, they could have added gear upgrades to the Criterion normal, right? And the thing is, Zniled, that the relic weapon from Eureka wasn't needed, right? Because the way relic weapons work is that they're added so late in a raid tier that they don't influence the progression of the raid tier when it's current. It usually comes like 4 months after at best. So the people that felt like they had to do Eureka for the relic weapon didn't have to do it. The relic weapon was an option. But because it's there, and that's the thing with optimizing in an MMO. It's the same as how people will complain that some players are not playing optimally, right? You can play optimally, so why aren't you? The gear's right there. It's an upgrade. You just have to go and get it, so why aren't you? So many of these gear options are viewed as mandatory because it's not an option when you're optimizing. The choice between the optimal opener and the not optimal opener is not a choice. Not when you're optimizing. Thank you for checking in, Grellison. Enjoy your raid. But yeah, that is pretty much why it can be a little bit of a problem. Bondi says, from my point of view, the game has skewed too far towards too easy for too long. So if they started erring on the side of too hard again, it would be nuclear. Yeah, that could be. That's the thing, actually, and you're probably right about that, is that if the game is very, very easy at the start and gradually becomes harder, then if it suddenly has a jump in difficulty, that can alienate some players. I will, however, say that a lot of players say that the first dungeon of Shadowbringers, and actually most of the dungeons in Shadowbringers, and also the first dungeon in Endwalker especially, but most of the leveling dungeons in Endwalker are really hard. Almost like it had like a notch up in difficulty. But how does this happen? Because I'm pretty sure the real reason for that is that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are balanced around the rework where they made it so that enmity no longer matters. So tanks just tank and things like that. Where the content before that, tanks and healers and yet even DPS had other things to think about than just mash maximum damage, right? And just do the healing and things like that. So because the content is actually balanced around the game that we have, it might feel harder if you were never there to feel how it used to be. Like if you were never there to have to manage your enmity, then you won't feel the difference of no longer having to do that, right? So that is very difficult. And I don't have a suggestion to what to do about it, because as Bondi says, if the game has skewed towards too easy, so to speak, for the, casually available content, then there isn't really a reasonable way to, like, steer the ship back to being a little bit harder. Because that will alienate a lot of casual players that feel like that's too hard. And I don't have a solution for that. And that is exactly the problem, Amokius. Well, problem, it's the reason why there is a problem, so to speak. In an MMO, all mandatory content typically is preferred to be easy because you want people to keep going. As I said while we were doing the Alliance raid, if you just lead with an extremely hard fight early in the game, a lot of players are not equipped to deal with that. They're not invested enough in the game to want to deal with that. So because they meet, like, smack into a wall immediately, they just go, I'll just play something else. And because of how games are presented these days, often the games have to, like, get you invested first and then get you interested. And the primary selling point of Final Fantasy XIV for a lot of players is the story, not the difficult content. So they'll just lead with that. And then you can always take the optional really difficult content. It does, however, come with a downside that most of your dailies are going to be the mandatory content, repeated, which wasn't hard for a reason. And yeah, there is hard content that you can seek out. But if you are in like if you are a savage raider and you're really, really good at the game, then being forced to wade through all the casual content might feel annoying, like you just have homework. It's not that bad, I would say, but I can understand why it feels a little bit annoying and tedious that you have to do this content that isn't very inspiring, right? Chris says, big fan of Final Fantasy XI, where it was normal to get walled in the MSQ. Yes, and the thing is, World of Warcraft back in 2004 also would just like, oh, you pulled 2 mobs, guess you die then and have to run back. By the way, your gear kinda broke a bit for it. You don't know where to go for your quest? Tough, figure it out. If you released... The reason why classic World of Warcraft works now is not because it's like super innovative. It's specifically because it's a combination of nostalgia and now the player base is there. Like, if you released an MMO that was in the style of classic World of Warcraft, but it wasn't classic World of Warcraft, it would not have the same effect as classic World of Warcraft. Because nowadays players expect the game to be a little bit more lenient when they start, because 20 years ago it was just normal that games expected a little bit more input from you, which is quite ridiculous. What I'm getting at here is that back then games expected you to get invested, like it expected you to put in effort to get invested. That was your job. And then when you were invested, it might give you something back in the way of entertainment when you had invested yourself enough. Nowadays, because players can just switch to a different game, Final Fantasy XIV is basically like, please try our game. It's free for the first 70 levels. Just open the game and try it. You basically cannot fail for the first 70 levels. Just give it a chance. We promise it'll be fun. Because that's what it can take sometimes. But it's correct that when games are hard, for example, like Dark Souls games, it can be a lot more rewarding to beat it. But that's just not Final Fantasy XIV, aside from the optional content, I suppose. Chris says it was very rewarding to complete a tough quest or beat a tough boss in 11. That's good. And thank you for checking in, Ymir. I hope you have a good evening. But it is genuinely a case of nowadays, allegedly, players, like gamers these days. Am I right, fellow kids? Expect the game to entertain them, not necessarily by the player doing anything. Like, the game has to like jump and dance immediately and make it exciting. The player does not necessarily want to put an effort for it. This isn't for all games, and this isn't all players. You could argue that Final Fantasy XIV gets the difficult part of the story of getting into the game simply by going, oh yeah, you have to sit through this huge starting story for an hour. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Ibia. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Thank you. And welcome T, Crusader, Melon Lord, Unable, and Jazaland to the Cult of the Pink. I hope you enjoy your stay and your emotes. Wow. Thank you. But yeah, I could talk in circles about this forever, because ultimately the problem is that there isn't really a good solution. I think the best solution that we have is that hard content is optional, but it doesn't feel great if you don't get very inspired by the content, right? It doesn't feel great. It does not feel great, and I get that. Anyway, with that long spiel done and dusted, is a question everyone in the current party interested in doing frontline? And Chris, that one is a pretty common thing, that people say that there isn't any mid-level content, but what is mid-level content? It depends on who you ask. Some would say an extreme, maybe some of the Savage content is mid-level content, but isn't that also the hardcore content? So what exactly is mid-level content? Last time we spoke about this, it came right after I said, like, right after we talked about the fact that there is tons of content in Endwalker and people are complaining that there isn't any. Like, there isn't any content to do. Have you tried the new Deep Dungeon? No, because I don't like Deep Dungeons. Have you tried the Variant and Criterion? No, because I don't like that content. There's no mid-level content. So the way that I've viewed it is either we don't even know what mid-level content is, or there's no mid-level content is meant as there is no content that I want to do. And correct, you're right, Bondi. Why is normal raids and alliance raids the same difficulty as dungeons and story trials? I don't feel like they're exactly the same difficulty, but I get what you're going for. Why are they also made to be beaten in a single sitting? But I feel like any content that goes over the barrier of and no longer being beatable in a single sitting magically becomes hard content, like hardcore content, and no longer mid-level content, right? So that's why I'm saying I don't know what mid-level content would be, because it depends on who you ask. And I do agree that it is interesting when alliance raids are a little bit tougher, but I do think that the alliance raids that we have now are difficult. It's just that they've gotten a lot better at signaling mechanics, so it's a lot easier to follow when they do some weird stuff. If normal raids and alliance raids one-shot you for messing up, that would bridge the gap a lot. Are you sure you'd want that? You sure you'd want that? The Jolly says, do you have any priority list of healing abilities for level 90 Astrologian? I have a... Well, I have an Astrologian guide, but I also have a short that I just linked where I demonstrate how I heal as an Astrologian in a dungeon. A little bit excessive to demonstrate everything that you can use, but that's the best I have. It's difficult with a priority list because it depends on the situation, I would say. Not being able to just instantly decipher the weird stuff is what makes older alliance raids fun. That's fair, but wouldn't it be weird if they made markers intentionally confusing specifically so that they were hard to follow? After 70 it gets overwhelming. Yeah, I get that. There's also the problem that, and this is partly highlighted by what Goldtooth said, players specifically try to avoid doing harder alliance raids and intentionally went for Crystal Tower because they didn't want the hard alliance raids. So part of the reason why the newer alliance raids are motivated to be not too hard is because if they are too hard, then some players will intentionally try to avoid them, whatever they can do to avoid them. So it's a really difficult dance, right? Because if you don't make it hard, then people that like that type of content will get bored. If you make it hard, then there are people that will try to avoid the content outright because they can't be bothered. Like, there are some players that don't want to unlock the Void Arc series now, because if you do, then it means that you get it in your Alliance Raid Roulette and you can no longer avoid it by gearing down. It would be interesting if they just added harder difficulty versions of the normal content. Did our alliance just ignored the two small spots because there was a 4 and then didn't get anything, I think. This is going to be a rough front line, I think. But yeah, I do agree that it would help a lot if they just added, like, hard mode versions of normal content. I think that, you know what? I think that might be the mid-core content, right? Hard versions of normal content. Steve, it depends. There are some players that don't even know that that something like Void Arc exists. That is correct. There are players like that. But there are also players that are deliberately choosing to not unlock it. To like game the system. There are also people that specifically don't unlock all of Alexander because then they don't risk getting A12 or Refurbisher or Forward and Back, which are encounters that are slightly harder where sometimes you'll wipe. It is actually pretty funny with the brute force of Crystal Tower is that because the mechanics are the way that they are, there are some fights where the Alliance does mechanics in a specific way because that's the way people do it. Not necessarily because it's the smart way to do it, just because that's how people do it. A particularly funny one in that regard is... I heard that, and also saw that on the Japanese data centers, Labyrinth of the Ancients, you know, the big dragon boss, they don't pull it away from the center. They just kill it there. They just turn it and call it a day. Because you don't actually need to drag it away. It's not going to change anything. The skeleton guys are just going to sprint at it like their life depended on it, all the same. But if you try and explain to someone in the Alliance raid that you could do that, they'll think you're a lunatic. So that is also an effect that because the strategy doesn't matter that much, you can get stuck with a strategy that isn't really effective. That is also true, as Bondi says, we don't really have the crowd control that we used to have. In general, because jobs have been streamlined so much, jobs don't really have things like that they don't necessarily need. Like, you don't have any tool that isn't required for your job to work a lot of the time. I'm not sure what we're doing here. But that is a very, very good point from Bondi that back in the day, jobs had stuff. Like, a lot of just things that you might not need for anything in particular, but it makes sense that this job has this thing, so they get to have it. So a lot of jobs were, some jobs were more likely to have crowd control of some sort that they don't have anymore. Like, White Mage used to have a bind, just on top of everything else. Actually, I can't remember for certain. I'm pretty sure it also used to be a knockback. And because it did damage, people used it on cooldown for the damage, which was not always good. That looks like a bait. It looked like a bait. Turned out it wasn't really. Ah! That was so close. I wonder why we're actually here again. Why is my team over there? Anyway. But it is true that back in the day, rotations were more complicated. They were much less optimized. A lot of things were just different, for good or bad. And as we've progressed the way that we have, a lot of jobs have just lost a lot of their utility. Because what would you use it for? Like a pretty funny thing about that is what can constitute a difficult job nowadays is a job that allows you to fail. That makes sense. By offering a way to play the job wrong, the job is more difficult. For example, you could earlier in Endwalker, you could completely mess up your warrior opener by accidentally spending one of your inner release stacks on something that wasn't fell cleave. You can't do that anymore, which made warrior easier. But back in the day, you could, like, a mistake as a warrior could constitute like weaving berserk wrong. Like, not using berserk on the wrong actions, but if you didn't weave it properly, then you did it wrong. Like, you clicked the button wrong, essentially. And that is much less prevalent nowadays, simply because most cooldowns that used to have like an incentive to late weave them, most of them nowadays just like say, oh well, you get 3 of them. You can use 3 of them, so you just weave them wherever. Which then also has the knock-on effect of making speed a lot less helpful. Which then led to discoveries such as, oh, I mean, actually, most tanks don't actually need that much speed. Which then led to rotations where the jobs that used to like speed no longer has to worry about late weaving, because they don't even have enough speed for late weaving to matter. So it's like a knock-on effect of simplification. Black mage is bestest mage, those be the rules. For us to win this match, we basically need both of the other teams to keep each other in check until we can completely catch up, and both of the enemies are extremely close to winning. But yeah, Black Mage is... So the thing is with Black Mage is that it is a job that still has some of the weirdness that most of the other jobs lost. Most of the other DPS jobs have a relatively straightforward rotation. Black Mage has a lot of ways to get really creative with its rotation in comparison. Are blue and yellow actually just keeping each other in check? What's happening? It's actually dangerous to attack either one too much because they're like in a stalemate of some sort somehow. And I think blue is going to turn it. Oh, there's Aradel. And now yellow's turning it. Oh well. Almost. Or something. Don't jinx it. I agree that we should have more jobs like Black Mage. Where they don't have like the perfect set in stone rotation. But it's also a pretty good example of like a kind of weird rotation. Where exactly how your burst plays out can be a little weird with how your refulgent arrow comes up. But Black Mage is like significantly weirder, you could say. And I think part of the reason is that it's just not have nearly, it's just not had nearly as much of of a change to it over the years. Like Black Mage had a major overhaul in Stormblood when they completely worked how Enochian worked and how Blizzard 4 worked as a result. And then they've kind of slowly simplified them. But it's not been at the same pace as other jobs. Onoken Furo says, what do you suggest for a player who's leveling Carpenter with absolutely no access to the marketplace? Well, you would probably need to make sure you're also leveling Botanist at the same time. Hard to say. You can get the first many levels by just buying materials from the supplier at your guild. Sometimes you have to find the low-level items at a different guild. But often it does benefit to train all of the crafters together, but that can also be a little overwhelming. Especially if you don't have any retainers to like stockpile stuff on. Because I'm assuming the reason you have no access to the market board is because you're on the free trial. If you're depending on your level, you might be able to do custom deliveries, but if you're still low level, hard to say. Some things you can do at low level is do the Grand Company hand-in, if you have that unlocked, every day. It resets at... Isn't it here? I thought it was on this list. It resets a few hours later than most dailies. And if you do that handed, that usually gives a ridiculous amount of experience. You just have to like make that item. If you make it high quality, you get double XP for it. After that, you can do leave quest hand-ins. I was trying leave quests, but then they started asking for crafts that I don't have access to some of the materials, so yeah, okay. Well, I would say if you level, like, it's pretty common that people say that you kinda have to like level all of the crafters together. If you need to gather the materials yourself, then similarly leveling miner and botany together would also be very helpful. But that of course means that you're going from I want to level carpenter to I have to level all of this and this. And that becomes a very, very hard thing to like manage, especially when you only have this much space because you're on the free trial. Oh, Goldtooth, you have to remember that Black Mage doesn't have a fixed rotation. Like, it has an opener, it has different openers, but for the most part, you have to, like, often adjust the rotation a little bit on the fly. Yes, if you're doing it perfectly on a specific encounter, you might have, like, a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minute long rotation of just do this if you want to be perfect. But it's... The unique thing about Black Mage is that unlike some other jobs that have, like, a set-in-stone rotation that you could ride out for minutes at a time, Black Mage is like, well, it kind of depends. Did you get a Firestarter proc? It kind of depends. Did you get a Thundercloud proc? Do you have any Xenoglosses? Is the boss targeting you? Like, there's a lot of things that, like, makes it a little unusual compared to other jobs. But if you view it in the same lens as other jobs where some of them have, like, a fixed rotation, then it's going to be problematic. It reminds me of before Paladin's rework, they had a few rotations. All of them were like looping at set intervals, and they were super strict. Like, it's you do this, and then exactly at this moment you do this, and then you do this, and then you do this. And the rework led to the priority rotation being a viable alternative, and the more people looked into it, the more clear it was that outside of like super niche scenarios, like super specific scenarios, it was just better to do the priority rotation and not worry about every single burst being perfect. Then a change happened to Atonement that made it even easier to do the priority rotation. And then they also buffed the filler combos, just in general. So the difference in power between the perfect setup burst and the not perfect one was so small that it was very hard to argue for setting it up. Like, unless you needed like exactly every single point of damage to get past a DPS check of some sort, and you had the time to set it up beforehand, I don't think there would really be a good reason to do anything but the like priority rotation. And a lot of Paladin mains had a really hard time coming to terms with that, because for years Paladin had been strict looping rotation, where it does specific things at specific intervals, and it was either a 1 minute loop or a 2 minute loop, sometimes something else. But it was quite funny when someone saw, when people started toying with the priority rotation. The looping rotation paladins really wanted to call it the 7 minute loop or the hallowed rotation, because they discovered by writing the entire rotation out from start to finish that it looped after 7 minutes. By coincidence, like by random chance, it just happened that well, not random chance, but it just so happened to loop naturally after 7 minutes. So they went, oh, so it's a 7-minute loop. And that said a lot about the mentality of these players going into Paladin. Paladin is a looping rotation job. What is this shenanigans with priority rotations? Are you crazy? But Black Mage doesn't have a like fixed rotation. You can sometimes find cases where people are like, well, if you have this specific amount of spell speed, this is the rotation for this specific boss. Like a particularly funny one that I saw that I have mentioned before is I saw an opener for Black Mage for P2S that was over 3 minutes long. And the reason why I knew that was because ley lines appeared twice. It was extra funny because Adel appeared in the opener. It was just like, well, at this point in your rotation, the boss is casting a raid wight, so you use Adel there. You can. And it's... You can do that. You could do that with any job. Like, any job, you would be able to sit down and just write out the entire rotation from start to finish in a boss fight and say, this is the optimal rotation. But you can't follow it if anything goes wrong. My favorite rotation is just Paradox X, Paradox X. Yeah, exactly as Nate says, Black Mage is has a very flexible rotation. And that's why it has such a high skill cap. The thing that it makes Monk slightly different is that people have discovered ways to make that rotation loop at a very, very small loss, as far as I know. Yeah, Mokios, the way that I talk about Paladin is usually that if someone asks what tank should I start with if I'm new to tanking, if you want an easier time with the defensive cooldowns, go with Warrior. If you want an easier time with the attack rotation, go with Paladin. Because Paladin has no healing until they get Clemency. Like, actually 0. Which means that you're going to feel like you need to play your defensives a lot more, more effectively to make the most of it. And Warrior, on the other hand, gets Storm's Path, and they get Thrill of Battle. Paladin gets Sheltron, but the key thing is that because Warrior has passive healing, it feels a lot less daunting and a lot easier to play defensively, and then you get Raw Intuition, right? And Paladin can feel weaker defensively than other tanks until like level 84 because of that. Meanwhile, Warrior is a little harder with its attack rotation until you get Inner Release, because you have to both manage Storm's Eye and you have to manage your Beast Gauge, you have to optimize your Berserk windows because you get only 3 GZDs, and optimally, those should not include Heavy Swing and things like that. So it's like, it's whether do you want an easier time with your attack rotation because Paladin doesn't have anything particularly exotic, or do you want an easier time defensively because Warrior has self-healing? Like he says, when me and my friend played double cast on P12S, his Black Mage used Adel when it was not a damage loss, and my summoner used it everywhere else. That's pretty good. That's a good split of the work. And good that you actually planned it. Right, I'll be right back, and then, I mean, we can do, I don't know, we can do main scenario roulette if everyone is up for it in the group. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Oh, I actually need to spend some poetics. I'll come back here. I just need to make sure that I don't waste my poetics. You know, Licky, there's a bunch of things you could spend your poetics on to make a little bit of money off it. And that's true, Chelsea. I believe the problem was that the specific weakness of the old Shiltron that made you guaranteed to block was that blocking didn't actually affect the side effects of, for example, Tank Buster. Meaning that if a boss had a Tank Buster with a nasty dot as a side effect, yeah, you blocked the Tank Buster, so that did 20% less damage, but, I mean, the rest of the mechanic is still full damage. Aside from that, a block was, you know, around 20% damage reduction, so it was as good. Like, having Shiltron up was as good as reducing the damage by 20%. The problem was that it just didn't work on everything. But as you say also, Paladin had less mitigation, given that Warrior had Thrill of Battle, Gunbreaker had Camouflage, Dark Knight had Dark Mind, and Paladin had Passage of Arms, I guess? And I think it's just better the way they've done it now. They've given you back Bulwark to let you block anyway. But it's actually interesting because, yeah, I know, Chelsea, that Passage is normally for raid mitigation. The reason why I brought Passage of Arms up in this context is that Warrior has one raid-wide defensive cooldown in Shake It Off, Dark Knight has one raid-wide defensive cooldown in Dark Missionary, and Gunbreaker has one raid-wide defensive cooldown in Heart of Light. Paladin has two, because they have Divine Light and Passage of Arms. Why do they have two? They must have lost something elsewhere. For example, one of their personal defensive cooldowns. It's also possible that they have cover instead of a defensive cooldown for themselves. It's hard to say. But it doesn't really matter that much. The point is that Paladin has had Paladin has a weakness in some ways. Overall, at max level, all of them are equally good, I would say. But sometimes Paladin really stands out. Like, for example, when it was missing a defensive cooldown in that way because they didn't have Bulwark. The key thing, they lost Bulwark at some point, right? Oh man, for a second there, I thought my GPU was dying. Oh.
Hmm. That's a lot of incoming damage. That is true. That is a good point, Goldtooth. This is in fact a boss that is very determined to show you most of its mechanics. That is a good point. Yeah, Onoken says I was watching on full screen and thought it was my own game. Open for a moment. Are you also on Lalafell? I can just imagine you're like, oh no, I need to act. Like start grabbing for the keybind. Oh, you're letting people die. What are you doing? And that is also true, Goldtooth. This might be a pretty good demonstration of why it probably wouldn't be a good idea to force you to sit through the boss going through all its mechanics. Because we've already seen it. People don't want that. Also true, Steve. As is at the last stage fight to see who's the best, yet he doesn't get out of the tin can. Let's see who's the better fighter, while I use this really unfair advantage. On the other hand, we brought 4 people, so I mean, maybe that it makes it even. It is quite interesting, because back in the day, the cutscenes in the MSQ roulette were skippable. You can just skip them if you wanted to. Just go for it, man. But the reward was much lower. And people found ways to speedrun the dungeon so fast that the people that actually did watch the cutscenes wouldn't actually get to see all of them. Because if you were still stuck in a cutscene when the next cutscene started playing, you just wouldn't see it. So people that sat and watched the cutscenes would just miss things. And there's also the part that, like personally,
I didn't get to see any of these cutscenes because I felt bad about sitting there twiddling my thumbs and watching minutes of cutscene when everyone else were fighting. So I didn't see them. Like, I saw them sometime in Shadowbringers when they were made unskippable. That's when I saw them for the first time. Like, oh, that's what's happening. Ah, interesting. So a lot of people think that it's really annoying that you have to sit through all these cutscenes, but I wonder if people would consider that if you were allowed to skip through them, then they would have to nerf the reward as well, back to the old levels.
Beyond mortal limits.
And that's not what people want, right? Although I can understand that some people might prefer being able to skip the cutscenes and get it done faster. Depends on why you're there, right? I feel like it's fine the way that it is, but it's very clear that having long cutscenes in a dungeon was not a success. And this is like the band-aid fix, you could say.
Even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within.
Onoken says, if it was a vote, we wouldn't have to collectively sit through them. The reason for that, the reason why that isn't an option is because if you could vote to skip the cutscenes, then there would be an incentive, yes, to kick the sprouts so that you can run faster. Everyone vote skip cutscene. If you don't vote yes, we kick you. You could just say, well, they can't see that the sprout is the one that didn't skip. You can guess that it's the sprout that didn't skip, right? The point is that if you could skip it, then people would be incentivized to be extremely mean about it. So it's just not a situation that is worth putting anyone in. And the thing is, the problem is that people want to have their cake and eat it too, right? They both want to skip the cutscenes, but also they want the new buffed reward because the cutscenes heavily inflate the length of the dungeon. So they did actually significantly buff the reward when they made it mandatory to watch the cutscenes. And because it's so long ago they did that, there's a lot of players that either A, forgot, or B, never knew that. It's just like, why is this unskippable? Why is this unskippable? I don't understand. But the reason why you can't vote on it is specifically because it would lead to very, very bad behavior, potentially. It should be noted that just vote kicking people on a whim is generally not okay, and you can get punished for that. But if 3 out of 4 players want to skip the cutscenes, then there is actually the argument that while it isn't a vote option when you're vote kicking someone, difference in playstyle is technically a semi-acceptable reason, which means the 3 players that kicked player 4 had a different playstyle from the person that wanted to watch the cutscene, right? it's just not a good experience. Vote no just to annoy the Mentor in a rush. And then they vote kick the sprout. You're just standing there in the corner like, you vote no to that as well.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
And I also agree that it is a shame that because the normal content are too short, you don't get to see all of the mechanics anymore. But sometimes it's not even about anymore. There are fights in Final Fantasy XIV that that never played to completion. This might be a really, really wacky example, but if you did Matoya's Relict, which is a while ago, back in Shadowbringers, the first boss has a stack mechanic. Now, Do tell me if you saw that on your first go, because I'm pretty confident that unless you had a really weak group, you didn't. Like, I was told after the fact by someone in my free company that, there was this stack marker that wiped us. The first boss was the mud man that made the mud balls that you had to direct into the tornadoes. Like, long before your average group would kill the boss, or like long after a normal group would kill the boss, it had a stack marker mechanic. You probably would never see it. I think I saw that when I did minimum item level. Yeah, that makes sense, because that's exactly it, is that normally these kinds of encounters are done where you're technically over, like, because of how expert roulettes are balanced, you're typically overgearing the content on release day, right? Citadel Buster! Wham! Oh, whoops. Should have redrawn that. Oh well. I do think that this boss has a surprise, like a very, very interesting amount of like AoE damage just coming out. Like, at this level range, healers actually have to kind of stop and do a thing every now and then. Even if you don't really want to. I think that's actually a good thing. Oh. Can you survive that? That came very late. Oh yeah, the double limit break that we get here. And then comes the impossible LB3 in a 4-man group. Nice. Let me see here. Marcus says I made a meal and you're still doing Praetorium. Yeah, not only was I still doing Praetorium, the final fight hadn't even started yet. Goldtooth says this dungeon would literally become the brick wall for all new players, and it wouldn't be because of mechanics of the dungeon. It would be the players that just want to get through this as fast. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Exactly. You queue for Praetorium because you need to do it. You watch the cutscene because you want to, and you get kicked. It's quite brutal. It would be quite brutal. Oh, Noken says, I consider the level 50 Poetics grind the filter. You know, there are some really, really weird tricks you can use for farming Poetics if you really want to. I didn't need to do this, and I haven't done this on this character either, but a friend of mine, when he joined, like he made a new character on my data center, or specifically my world, and started over, right? I believe he had a character on NA or something. But when he reached level 50 and was like grinding gear, when he got to this trial, he just repeatedly queued for it, just spammed it. You might be looking at these 15 and go, idiot. But the thing is, I believe you get an extra 80 Poetics if there's a first timer in the group. And there's a pretty substantial probability that there is a first timer, especially in like periods when there's like an influx of new players because of some announcement or something. So he got like 95 Poetics per run, just spammed it repeatedly, and he got a full Ironworks Magitech gear in record time because of it. And I was just sitting there like, how did you do that? And I was like, I just spammed this. It doesn't always work, and when it fails you get 15. But when it works, it's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. So there are some really janky tricks you can sometimes do for Poetics. And this boss is weird. Citadel Buster isn't a tank buster, and Tank Purge isn't a tank buster. Oh yeah. What was the tank buster called? Go to he's clearly purging his tank of ether. Go to this. I'm just happy that they finally cut this dungeon in particular in half, because now I don't have to set aside a whole hour just to do this. That's fair. They also made it a 4-man dungeon. And it is a very movement-heavy fight. Now that you mention it, it's heavy on AoE damage and just general damage, and it's heavy on movement. But it isn't so bad that the healer is like pressured so they can't keep up. It's just if you're spamming attacks, you'll get forced to heal sometimes, and I think that's pretty funny. I think more fights in like normal content should have that, like a bit more like extended fight where the boss keeps pressuring you instead of them like spending an eternity setting up a mechanic so you just have all the time in the world. Like they have to like continually pressure you so that you have to use your toolkit and eventually you run out of tools because you keep having to respond. I think that would be a very interesting way to make normal content as opposed to savage content where it's more like now you have to react because there's this really difficult mechanic. When normal content is just like pressure, so that you have to do something without it being completely mindless, right? I think that might be an interesting way to make fights more engaging, at least from the healer perspective. This is another case of that actually got an upgrade and is actually now interesting. That is true. Bondi says, I was looking at bard optimization in DSR recently, and you have to make a modification to initial opener that you won't feel the benefit from for over 9.5 minutes. There was someone in the live chat, I think in 2 different streams they mentioned, I can't remember if it was Santu or someone else, that mentioned that their raid leader would check someone's understanding of playing DPS by asking if they understand the bard opener for DSR. So that might make sense. Amokyo says you can log out in the cutscenes and then log back in to skip Praetorium scenes, right? You could kind of get free people to rush Praetorium. You could, yes. In fact, back when they reworked the fights to be 4-man, I remember that was like right around the time when I started like the trick to just reset the game to skip a cutscene had been known for ages, but it was starting to get really, really common knowledge, like really prevalent, and a lot of people were doing it. Like sometimes you would go into a random group and half of the party would be out fighting the boss before the cutscene ended. And it kind of died down a little bit when they reworked it. But you still can. You still can skip the cutscene by resetting the game. You just have, I suppose, maybe a little bit less incentive to it. I don't know. We also discovered through Gazel, who plays the game in Japanese, that the Castrum cutscenes, I believe. No, the Praetorium cutscenes, some of them end like a good 20 to 30 seconds sooner. I think it's 20 seconds sooner in Japanese. Some of them. Other ones take a little longer, but that's completely redundant, like completely irrelevant, because those cutscenes are like cutscene, like longer cutscene, shorter cutscene, boss fight. So he got there first. Well, they got there first. Gazel got there first on most of the bosses, which made it pretty fine that they were tanking, right? So there's a lot of shenanigans you can do if you really want to speedrun. You don't react in Savage, you already know the fight. That's true, that's true. It was more to say that in Savage, you respond immediately, whereas in normal, they could just have a lot of mechanics that repeatedly pressure you, because as the stipulation is a little bit that for the most part the fights should be somewhat doable in a single attempt, they can't be too mean, but if they keep hurting you in a way that doesn't kill you, but pressures you so you have to like deal with it, like sustained healing becomes relevant, that might be good. That would also make, you know, heal over time effects more relevant. Go-To says, I like the button mashing in Hades, where if one person fails, you all have to restart again. Isn't that Seed of Sacrifice? Right. Did I click that off? Guess I did. Right, that means we've done all of the roulettes, right? Yep. Oh, the dungeon we've reached is Bardom's Medal. Allow all dungeons to apply vulnerability when you fail a mechanic, not just the higher end content. I actually thought most, like, boss mechanics did that. I actually thought that it was, like, common. Like, yesterday we attempted to do Castrum Urbania solo, and the second boss applied applied vuln stacks of failing a soak. Which made it nearly impossible to do, but we managed it. Oh, right. High-end content no longer gives vulnerability stacks because the Savage encounters instead give damage down. And that is also a pretty funny one. If I remember correctly, they changed, like, they made it so that newer fights give damage down instead of vulnerability stacks, because it became more and more common that like raid teams, whether they were statics or party finder groups, would use uptime strategies that involved ignoring mechanics sometimes, just standing in the circle AoE and eating a vulnerability stack because it was a DPS game. And that meant that it punished the healer. And that is actually what happens with vulnerability stacks, is that instead of punishing the person who messed up by making them die, in most cases it punishes the healer, because the healer now has to work overtime to keep that person alive. And in Savage content, where this has become more of a thing, the most effective way to make people respect the boss mechanic is by saying it'll ruin your pass. It'll ruin your pass. Suddenly you learn to respect the boss mechanic. Shocking. And I think it's just funny that it took this long before like there was the revelation that actually vulnerability stacks punish the healer for everyone else's mistakes. Whereas a damage down, I mean, ultimately the most effective way to do that would be to like maybe debuff what you're supposed to do. Like, a DPS should certainly get a damage down. If it wasn't for the fact that healers and tanks are also somehow incentivized to maximize damage, see damage dealing bottleneck, they should probably get a debuff that impeded their ability to do something else, right? Like tanks should get a massive vulnerability stack for messing up a mechanic, and healers should get like a healing down debuff. But the thing is that if a healer gets a healing down debuff, then it immediately means the entire group wipes. And if a tank gets a massive vulnerability debuff, then that also possibly means that the entire group immediately wipes. So the most lenient way to mess with you and punish you for failing a mechanic is just to say, oh, your damage log is ruined. Everything can be solo healed, so healing down wouldn't even be bad. What if 2 healers got it, right? But fair enough. Some fights don't even need healers like top. I think it was such a sad day when like it was both impressive and also kind of sad when we made that discovery that top could be done without a healer. Samurai mains drool over taking damage with third eye for Genki. Yeah. Well, there's a difference between eating damage just for free damage and taking something you really shouldn't be taking. But it is kind of funny. In hardcore raiding in World of Warcraft, you could sometimes stand in fire and it would be fine because they didn't like the punishment was the damage itself. I think it's just really funny that in Final Fantasy XIV they're like, nah, I don't think that's enough. You really need you need to have we need to give you a dunce hat marker. There you go, vulnerability debuff, and then at some point people realized they didn't care. Okay, damage down instead then, I guess. Fundis is back in Stormblood. My paladin in Uwu would shield from the Ifrit dashes to get a shield swipe. I mean, let's be real here, if Dark Knight's TBN gave you more than a refund, then I could imagine Dark Knights would be using it a lot more aggressively, don't you think? Like, I'm pretty confident that if TBN gave you like Dark Arts, but Dark Arts also boosted the damage of the spender you used it on by 25% or something, then I think you would see some Dark Knights do some really degenerate stuff, don't you think? You just see Dark Knights just using TBN on anything and everything. Just, oh, there's damage that someone will take. Might be enough to break. Brr. But the reason, like, the thing is, using TBN on cooldown is like, if you benefit from the shielding and you can like still get your resources in order for the burst, which you can't if you're using TBN on cooldown, but if you were to do it on cooldown, then, I mean, TBN is just, you both get to do an attack and also here's a shield. So it can be viewed as free, but then there's the 2-minute burst meta, right? It's just an offensive cooldown, yeah. Now it's an offensive cooldown. And that's ultimately what it would become. Like, if you did get some sort of damage boost of any sort by using TBN, then now it's a damage cooldown. Just like Third Eye kind of becomes a damage cooldown by that same logic, right? Stand in the mechanic to get 10 Kenki, because it's more Kenki than not having it. Right then. Mitigation is more important than healing. That's true. It depends. What was it? People complained that healers didn't have enough stuff to do, so they added a lot more dots to a raid tier. And then people complained that there were too many dots. Bondi says it's mainly that just having every raid-wide be baby Almagest is maybe the most boring way they could have gone about adding more damage to the game. That is a fair point. That and this is also something that I've thought about myself, that if you want every role to shine in every encounter, sometimes the thing that it takes to make them shine can make every encounter feel very samey. This was kind of a problem that I saw a little bit at some point in World of Warcraft. Like, the explanation was, the logic was, a tank is having fun when they are tanking damage. So both tanks have to tank something all the time, or there have to be a tank switch mechanic. Which meant that a lot of fights in a long period were like felt almost identical, because it's like, all right, here's the tank buster, well, here's the tank switch mechanic even, and you have to tank this other thing, and you both have to tank something, because if you're not tanking something, you're not having fun. I'm not saying that that's the only way to make it. It was more to say that if the only way you see to make everyone have fun is one specific way, and you want everyone to have fun, then it ends up being that, as you said, baby Almagest on everything. Oh, that was convenient. I was just thinking about how I was supposed to deal with all this healing that needed to be done. Should I use Celestial Opposition? And then Earthly Star came in. You might be right about that, Bondi. That I think part of the problem is that, like, also that over the years, healers and tanks, for that matter, and even some DPS jobs have gotten so many tools that the kind of things that might have been difficult back in the day might not be as difficult now. I don't know for certain. It's just a thought that maybe that is the reason. Beam, can you? Thank you. That maybe that's why they're not even bothering to try and do the tricks that maybe used to work, because they're just going, well, you have a tool for that. That is actually also quite interesting detail, that because your fairy used to be like a targetable entity, back in the day, as you described, Bondi, you would have been able to use, like, you would be able to apply Adlocurium to the fairy and then spread it to the party from there. And that was something you lost when they made the pet untargetable. But now we have infinite range shields. That is also true. Nowadays, it doesn't even matter because you're... How big is deployment tactics? Is it 30? No! I didn't get to draw my card! I also think it's quite funny that Sage's Physis 2 specifically, has the 30 range, but Physis 1 doesn't. It still has the old range. I wonder why they did it like that. Small guy walking menacingly. Da di da di da di da di da. Uh-oh. I don't think I can walk for this one, but it would have been funny if I could, wouldn't it? Uh-oh. Is it fast enough to walk through that? Are you sure? I don't think sprint does anything while you're walking. And look. Oh wait, it does actually do something when sprinting. That could have worked, but it's only 10 seconds and the mechanic is longer than 10 seconds. I don't think it would have worked in the end, but it would have been funny. It would have been very funny. Oh, the safe spot is over there. Thank you. It pulled me a little closer. Run! I never needed to sprint while walking, so it never occurred to me that sprint also boosts your walking speed. That's hilarious. It might have worked. I just didn't want to risk failing. I just did it on all the mechanics I was confident I could do it walking. I should have done that in a different order. Oh well. Just let the rest of the party carry you. I mean, that's what I'm supposed to be doing though. It's not very menacing to see Smol Kai walking for mechanic if I fail it, is it? They call me third DPS. Isn't it pretty? It's the way some mentors do it. Well, I mean, I'm not some mentors. But it is actually quite funny with the mentor title, is that just because you have the mentor crown doesn't mean that you have to be the best in the game. That's not necessarily what it means. But given that a lot of people aren't actually sure what a mentor's supposed to be, it's very easy to think that that's what you're supposed to be as a mentor. Like, if you've, like, been, like, you can, like, have a mentor in real life, and sometimes those mentors are just not good. So, like, that can happen. Because a mentor is, like, more like someone that can guide others because they have a little bit of experience with the subject. Like, they're not a teacher. But it is very sad when the mentor is so inferior that they don't really do anything right. Like, the key thing is that they're supposed to know a little bit. Like, they're supposed to be a little better, right? Not perfect, but at least better. Did it skip the ad phase? I think it skipped the ad phase. Ah. I don't remember ever doing that before. Emokia says, could we also make more early content introduce tank swaps and multi-tank mechanics like shared tank busters? You don't see that until way later, you're just blue DPS for nearly all fights. Actually, new Thorn March normal does have a shared tank buster. But I don't think it kills you if you take it alone. Bondi says the main purpose of mentors is to serve as a surrogate. Google's got that part out of learning the game. Not necessarily. You could say that about a mentor in real life as well. The thing is that what the mentor is supposed to be is, you know, the person that has been through the motions themselves, so they kinda know how to go about it. So the mentor is the one that goes, oh, I know where to find the good guide, for example. Mentor is the one that goes, well, I have an idea of how to go about things, but you might not know everything. You're not supposed to know everything. Like, I'm pretty sure, I can't remember it precisely, but I'm pretty sure the mentor contract thing that pops up when you put on the crown doesn't say you have to know everything. Pretty sure. But some people think that it should be that way because the thing is, a lot of people don't actually know what a mentor is in real life. I've worked as a mentor in real life while, I was mentoring other students at the university, and the only difference was that I was, 1 year ahead of them and knew a little bit more. That was genuinely my qualifying attribute, was that I was a year ahead of them. One. And was somewhat stable in my studies. So, compare that to what people think a mentor should be in Final Fantasy XIV. You're supposed to know a little bit more than the average player. Which is, of course, not to... I'm not trying to defend the people that are, making mistakes all over the place. But at the same time, you're not supposed to know everything. You're not supposed to pop into an A Realm Reborn extreme and just know the tactics off the top of your head and be able to do it perfectly. That's not a requirement. Aerodel actually just listed the requirements here. Let me just move over here. As a mentor, you're expected to actively perform the following. Provide gameplay advice for new adventures and other players, which you can, if you have a mentor crown, you've done enough content that you can at least do that for some people. Be an exemplar of a player etiquette, which means, that's what I've said before. If you fail, show the sprouts how you're supposed to act when you fail. Be graceful about it, own it. I'm sorry I failed, right? Instead of blaming someone and being mean about it. And 3, invite new adventures to the Novice Network and answer their queries in the chat channel. Now that one is one I don't think a lot of people actually do. The combination of invite new adventures to the Novice Network and also answer their queries in the chat channel. Both of them is what I'm talking about. Invite them to the global world chat. Exactly. Based on what I've heard, what I've typically heard about the Novice Network is that it's not very, very helpful to be in, but some people like it, and on some worlds it's fine. I'm pretty sure I heard from Fila that in the Oceanic data center it's fine, it's good. People are actually helping each other in the Novice Network, but that's not true everywhere. Well, Licky, all you have to do is get a mentor crown, then you get a button down here with a sprout icon. If you click that, you just instantly join the Novice Network, and you can just invite people to it. Sprouts can't do that. They have to be invited by a mentor. I've not really had to, I don't invite people to the Novice Network on a whim. There was one person that randomly asked to get invited in Lim Salomensa at one point, somewhat recently, and I asked him, I can invite you. Would you like me to invite you? Are you sure that's what you want? And they said, oh, I already got an invite from someone else. Garrick says, I can throw you an invite if you want to share what comes up, Kai. You can't, because I'm not a sprout. You can't, because I'm not a sprout. And I could just join on my main. The thing is, and this is also something that I brought up in the Mentor Roulette video, that some people view having a Mentor Crown as unlocking content and tools, specifically because the Novice Network is somehow, for some reason, sometimes viewed as global world chat. Also, look, there's a flock of Tartarus dancing. What do you call a pack of Tartarus? Capitalism. It's a capitalism of Tartarus over there. But yeah, the thing is, some people think that mentors are supposed to be like godlike players, but they're really not. They're just supposed to be slightly better than average, maybe, and then just like be friendly. Like that, like those 3 points that Aradel pointed out there is basically be able to help new players and other players to the best of your ability, which means you don't need to know everything. And you need to be friendly. Like, that's ultimately what it needs. You don't actually have to be great at the game. You just have to be, like, okay at the game and then be able to help others. But the key thing is, you're not a teacher, you're not a professor, you're not a doctor in Final Fantasy XIV because you have the Mentor Crown. You're just a mentor, and that's, like, way less than that. So you don't have to be like god tier player to be a mentor, even though some people would really like it to be that way. A popoto salad of Tartarus, that also works. A popoto salad of Tartarus. Amokia says, I have the crafting crown on since I actively do craft somewhat often, and if someone would ever have questions, I could try to answer them. Nobody has ever asked me crafting questions yet. Yeah, the thing is, the crafting crown, I'm pretty sure is something that you can get much faster than the combat crown. So it's very common for people that get the Mentor Crown just to have it, to have the crafting crown, but not actually be interested in teaching anyone. But here's the thing. When you make a new character, are you told that mentors have that crown next to their name? Like, speaking of tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV, does the game actually tell you that mentors look like that? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think it might mention if a mentor invites you to the Novice Network. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It doesn't tell you that the Novice Network exists necessarily unless you seek it out, and it doesn't tell you that the Mentor Crown means that if someone is a mentor. So a new player wouldn't know to ask a crafting mentor a crafting question, wouldn't know to ask a combat mentor a combat question. There's a PvP Mentor Crown. But you know how you unlock the PvP Mentor Crown? I believe it's just packaged with the Combat Mentor Crown. You don't actually have to do PvP to get it. Only if you talk to the smith? Yeah, that sounds likely. And Tyron says, I only have the crafting crown for the free XP when my friend was still pre-Endwalker. Yeah, I did mention that briefly and in the fun fact in that Mentor Roulette video, is that if you're in group with someone that is a Sprout or a returning player, you both get that mentor buff, and the mentor buff both gives you an XP bonus and simultaneously also makes it so that a high level player in group with a low level player doesn't make mobs give 0 XP. So a regular player teaming up with their new player friend, unless it's like, you know, invite a friend, you know, the that thing, you don't get this benefit. But if the high level players are mentor, you can just be in party and just kill everything for them. You could still do that, but they like without the mentor crown, but you'd have to not be in group and you would have to have the sprout attack first. But yeah, exactly like so many other things with tutorials in the game, it's not like laid out in front of you very clearly. But yeah, the thing is, and this is something that I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that thinks, it should not be a crown. It shouldn't be a crown. It should be something a lot less enticing. Like a watering can is one that I really like. It should be a Pope emoji. I think that would be bad, because I'm pretty confident trolls would be even more incentivized to get it then, don't you think? But yeah, don't make it a crown. Make it something that that isn't that cool, right? Make it something not cool. Like, don't make it something cool. Is what I'm getting at. Don't make it cool to be a mentor. It has to be uncool to be a mentor, and then you get the good mentors because they're there because they want to help. They don't care whether they're cool or not. It's not very cool when you wipe because you messed up to admit fault. That doesn't feel very cool, but it is very it is proper and it is very nice, and everyone else will appreciate it. But it doesn't feel very cool. So of course you shouldn't get a very cool icon next to your name to be a mentor. You should get something boring. They could give you glasses. Like just like a pair of glasses next to your name. Like the nerd emoji they could use. Like something uncool, right? Legal things that turn it into an eggplant emoji. I'm sure you can turn it into any emote, right? But you change it. Yeah, glasses are cool. I do agree with that. Thank you. But it just can't be a crown. And furthermore, make other icons you can unlock and put next to your name. Just add one other thing. Add a cool icon you can get that doesn't mean anything. Like, it's just a completely irrelevant one that is just cool, because that makes all of the people that grab the mentor crown to have something next to their name grab that instead, because they don't want the crown with all the responsibility and negative stigma associated with it. They'll just grab the cool thing instead. Add a cool icon you can get next to your name. I don't know, like a veteran icon that doesn't come with any stipulations or requirements. And then change the mentor crown to something else. Something uncool. Hey Nicholas, hope you're doing well. I think that would actually help a lot. At least against the people that use the mentor crown because it's cool. I think it's less common for people to do that, specifically because of the negative stigma associated with the mentor crown. Like, by virtue of people being so angry at mentors that are bad, a lot of people don't want to use the crown because of the negativity associated with it. Which is also an effective way to stop people using it for nothing. That means only the people that are, like, really dedicated to the task will use the crown. Apparently I have 64 mock tomes. Oh. And that is the correct way to go about it, I think, Chelsea. Like, the thing is, I'm sure you were trying to help people before you had the mentor crown as well. Like, I help people without having the mentor crown as best as I can, and sometimes I haven't even like qualified as a mentor and still helped, right? Amokio says, when I started the game, I thought the mentor system was super neat and innovative. Then the first mentor that invited me never explained why or how, and I left after a day. Never thought much about it after that anymore. I can't remember what MMO it was. My brother and I played an MMO many years ago, a very grindy one. But it had a mentor system. Like relatively early in the game, as a new player, you unlocked access to the mentor system, where you could then like choose from a list. You could choose a mentor. They had like a very brief description of themselves if they had filled that out, because that was apparently not mandatory. And you just choose one, and then they get to choose whether they want to be your mentor. But I don't believe you could like rescind your request if they didn't respond. It just days where your invite to become someone's mentee was just out there with no response. My brother got a mentor that literally came over, brought out a mount, and just spammed buffs on both of us, like on his mentee and me, who just happened to be in the area. Like, oh, he your friend? Okay, you get buffs too. I don't care. And just like was in the area to help and answered questions. Meanwhile, my mentor never showed up. Not even once. It's really hard to make a good and functional mentor system where people feel incentive to participate in it, because the best mentor system has very little incentive, because incentive causes people to pick it up for the sake of the reward and not to do a good job. Oh, right. We still have Bottom's medal. Oh, I can extract materia. And I have a weapon upgrade, apparently. And this is also an upgrade. Yeah, that's also true, Licky. Imagine if you could just give new players, like, buffs and stuff for being, like, for just coming around, so that they would be really happy to see you, right? But it, like, this was just a case of, like, a really, really high-level player that just had, you know, older MMOs had things like just, you know, like classic World of Warcraft, where people pass each other and go, oh, you get a buff because I can. It doesn't matter because I'm running. My MP will recover. Like, you just pass out buffs to each other because you could. And this was like that game just happened to have this attached to your mount, apparently. Offering new players free teleports. It's also a good example. Teleport them to the wilderness. Of course. There you go. There it is. But yeah, exactly, Amokius. The thing is that in that MMO that I was just describing, what my brother and I experienced was that he got a mentor that actually wanted to be a mentor. The guy I got basically just clicked yes to being my mentor and then never did anything because there was nothing in the system to punish him for not actually mentoring. But there were rewards for having mentees, so he was motivated to to like this player was motivated to be a mentor, but not to actually mentor, right? Could you leave his mentorship? I don't know. I don't even know. Like, we just, I think we just stopped playing. Like, we played for a few days and then just stopped. But exactly, it's the exact same problem as in Final Fantasy XIV, where because there are rewards in mentoring at all, like, remember, one of the rewards is having the crown itself. That is itself a reward. Oh, there was the home gang. I actually thought you were about to die there. But because there are rewards for mentoring in any capacity, there will always be players that go, can I just have the rewards without doing anything? Like, it's the same as people saying, I want expert roulettes to be shorter because I don't think they're fun. Well, you have to work to earn the reward, right? And that's what it takes. Some players would almost certainly like it if there was a vendor that just sold savage gear, just a vendor in Ratsahan that just was like, get your free savage gear, come on everybody, just like, it actually just free, and a 0 guild cost. Some players would want it. Because they'd rather just have the reward. There would be a lot of players that would say, that's ridiculous. It doesn't cost you. That's true that it costs books. It costs books or real money. If you want to get really dark. Books or real money. Exactly, Chelsea. So part of the reason why I don't Savage raid is both because it's a huge time commitment that I don't feel like I have. Another reason is that I'm not motivated by gear drops. Like, I'm not that motivated by gear drops. Like, I'm more motivated by beating the boss. And the thing is, if you could just have the gear without any effort, then it wouldn't feel very interesting. It's like, if you've ever tried cheating in a game and just like using cheats to just give yourself everything, like all the good gear in the game, I think it's very common that what happens is that now that you have all of the good gear, you're like, well, now I don't really have any reason to play the game. I already have everything, right? Like, it's the same problem as, for example, Warframe. Or in some capacity, Monster Hunter. Your motivation to hunt in some capacity or go on missions in Warframe is primarily to collect gear to make your equipment better or to collect something. But once you have everything, you have no motivation to continue. You have everything. Why would you continue playing? So if you could just, by the snap of a finger, go, now you have the best gear in the game, then you would have no incentive to actually play the game. So that's like, the reason why I'm comparing it to cheating is because if you use cheat codes, you can do things like just like using a cheat to get everything. And it isn't uncommon, like if you open a game like, oh man, if I just, like one day you just bring out the cheat engine and see what you can do, what happens is that, oh, you start small. Like, but I've always wanted this weapon. So you get it. But then you kind of need the armor to go with it, right? And then, well, you need this other thing, you need this other thing, and you need this other thing. And eventually, you're like, well, I don't actually have the skill to do the fights that you're supposed to have this kind of gear for. So all the fights that I'm good enough to beat are not fun because I'm too strong. And all of the fights that are hard enough that the gear matches are too hard for me. So I'll just use invulnerability hack as well, right? And now there's nothing left to challenge you. So it's just like a snowball effect. And there would absolutely be players that would say yes, please, if they could, if they were allowed to, I don't trust it, and I don't have, my extra. I wasted my, my freebie. But there would be players that said, yeah, do that. If they were asked, what if you could just get Savage gear from a vendor? There would absolutely be players that said, oh, that sounds pretty cool. Then I don't have to Savage raid to get the best gear in the game. It's like, but what would you do with the best gear in the game? Yeah, Marcus, I used to play, I played Warframe before there was the Earth open world area thing. I almost got everything back then, actually. Like I was missing like one frame and like a handful of weapons. Ow. Licky says I'd probably still do Savage for fun. Yeah, but the thing is, you're doing Savage anyway, right? You're currently doing Savage. But there would be a lot of players that would rather just get the gear handed to them if they could. And I'm not saying that it's something inherent in Final Fantasy XIV or some other game. It's just some players think that they want to have the reward. The thing is that the biggest motivation... did I lose my team? The biggest motivation to actually the biggest motivation to duke... I don't even know what that word means. The biggest motivation to do content is progressing your character. Typically. In, like, RPG games. But if you start with everything... then... you have no motivation to continue, right? Kesno says, my biggest issue with Final Fantasy XIV is I dislike the story and MSQ a massive barrier for entry. That is true, but Final Fantasy XIV is also very heavily story-centric, so if you don't like the story, I could imagine that it would be really hard to get into. But why, Licky? Why have you done it 5 times? Why? Jackman says, speaking of account progression, I've been meaning to do Eureka for shiny weapons and to unlock Baldesion Arsenal, but the sheer time commitment and the need to seek out a group is daunting. Yeah, I could imagine that. Personally, I actually I was in Eureka back when there was only the first area. Like, I
started playing Final Fantasy XIV in Stormblood, so I experienced that when it was new. And I got to like level 19 in there. I was like, I'm not really feeling it. And just stopped doing it. And I think a little while after that, I also just quit the game for a while. Yeah, if you feel that it is very daunting, it is as you have kind of surmised yourself. It isn't required. Nemokia says, I have 1.4 thousand hours and never stepped into Savage. That's a little... Isn't that a... I feel like that's a little low on Final Fantasy XIV. But still, your point stands. You've never gotten into Savage because it's a bit daunting. And the key thing with Final Fantasy XIV is that Savage rating is pretty much optional because the only content you kinda mostly need Savage gear for is Savage level content. Licky, if you remind me, I can post my /played in the Discord later on my main. Yeah, that's also true. Savage gear is needed for Savage level content and ultimate content. That is true. Thank you, Akesno. Oop. Aha! I saw it coming this time. Used Surecast. I don't know if I would have 5 times as much, but I'm pretty sure I have over a year. Hey, weapon upgrade. Or, nope, not an upgrade. Just a weapon. But yeah, exactly. You don't actually like. What was it? Bondi said you needed Savage gear to do Criterion Savage. But then again, it has the Savage label, so that would also be Savage content, right? Hey, Doma Castle is next. Did you know that Warrior can solo that? Synced. 645 is enough for Criterion Savage. Fair enough. Nicolau says, don't forget to repair, mate. You're right, but right now we're having a tea party, as you can see. It's fine. Usually the game actually warns you if you're about to enter a piece of content with very low condition. I'll make sure to get it done eventually. Mokyo says, I mean, I open up the group finder and see things like Hector, lazy lasers, etc. and just immediately close the window out of fear. Yeah, so... Like this? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you did hear a screenshot. I took a screenshot of our wonderful tea party.
Yeah, the thing is, and I think it was Adam that asked a few streams ago, like, how do I get into savage raiding, and like all of this stuff that I need to know. I don't understand any of it. It's something you have to get used to, like you have to learn to understand it. And some of it is like something you learn by like watching a guide. Some of it is something that you learn like by hearsay. For example, just to give you like a very, very brief like look into how like savage raid descriptions read. I can't show you on Smol Caetsu because Smol Caetsu just flat out does not have savage content unlocked. Doesn't even have the current normal raid unlocked. But Hector refers to a specific YouTube channel that makes savage and extreme guides. So if they say Hector in the description, it means we're using the strategy that Hector suggested. So you need to watch that guide to understand that. Lazy lasers can, for example, be a specific nuance that might be mentioned in the Hector guide, or might be mentioned by a different guide, or might be something that people just have figured out. And you might have to ask if you can't find it. But those kinds of like notes, sometimes you see something where they're like writing some mishmash of H, T, M, and R. And that refers to like roles. T is tank, H is healer, M is melee, and R is ranged. And ranged both means ranged physical and mage, because they can do the same boss mechanics typically. And they might describe some specific like order of doing things. But it can read like hieroglyphs, like completely impossible to understand. But the thing is, you don't have to do savage raiding, so if you feel like it feels like too much of a commitment, Amokius, don't worry about it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. But if you are interested and just feel like it's too much, I have a savage like starter guide on how to get into it, but I cannot teach you all of the like everything. Like there are a lot of like different words, and like a few years ago, Hector wouldn't be written in a party finder group because Hector didn't make guides at that time, if I remember correctly. Like it would be comparable to if someone said, like that you have to use the Kai opener or something. If like I had really obscure openers for jobs, like, oh, we're using the Kai style opener where you wait one extra GCD before you use your raid buff because reasons, and they just add Kai opener or Kai OP in the party finder text. It can be something as ridiculous as that. So I totally understand why it can be very daunting to get into. Anyway, just know that if you are interested in getting into savage content, it's not easy, but it isn't completely impossible. And I'm sure. Let me just actually send that. I'm sure that if you ask, that there are savage raiders in the Discord community chat where you can ask like how, like, what does this mean? How do I do that? And like they can probably help you with the things that you can't like Google your way to. Like the more hand wavy stuff. Maybe they can tell you what lazy lasers mean if it was an actual example and not something you made up. Kai in temp tanked DPS flex. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. Right. I don't think we're actually going to make it to level 70 tonight, but we did have we did have a lot of fun talking about stuff. We're also not done yet. We could do Doma Castle next. Kai opener, blade into candy. Did I hear blade? Yes. Fear my raging blades. Mokia says, maybe it's because I'm used to doing the hardest content in another game, New World, and the elitism or gatekeeping there is very harsh. I mean, it can get a little... Like, I don't know the entirety of the, like, Savage raid scene, but it isn't impossible that party finder groups can get a little toxic sometimes. You can't be sure. People can get very invested when they really want to do something, right? But I do think, I would imagine that the toxicity levels would be a lot lower in Final Fantasy XIV. I would think. Oh boy. Dark Knight before TBN with Astrologian. Ugh. I would be a lot more comfortable if I was any other healer than Astrologian for that. Yeah, that's true, Amokius. There's something... I have mentioned this before, but many years ago, because I'm very old, as you may know. Fair. Oh boy, that was my mistake. Can we recover it? I don't think I can save both of you. Nope, sorry. Exactly, this was the dungeon that we soloed yesterday. Right, what I was saying, many years ago, because I'm a very old man, as you know, I had a teacher, a math teacher, that, there was something that I just didn't understand. Like it says, this pack has an insta-kill mechanic. It doesn't have an insta-kill mechanic. The Doman Colossus has a tank buster with no warning. That is a cleave.
It hits for like 5,000 and it is ranged and it is AoE. It's the when it does the like shoots the tornado thing. And that's typically what kills, because you assume the tank is fine and then suddenly BAM! Right, so at this really good math teacher, and there was something that I didn't get it. I just didn't understand this particular subject, and I was getting really frustrated. And then I was like once I got it, I was like, sorry, didn't need to get mad at you for me not getting it. And he said that it was totally understandable, because from his perspective, he was just really happy that I was really passionate about it. Because the reason I was getting frustrated was because I cared. Like, I wanted to learn it. I wanted to get it. That was why I was annoyed that I didn't. So it's kind of the same with people getting really toxic and really angry when other people aren't doing the mechanic right and failing it, is that they're getting really angry that it isn't working because they're very invested. So, like, that of course doesn't mean that suddenly all toxicity is magically excused or something, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there's a reason why people get angry. And it might not be your fault. Even if they're like blaming you and getting mad at you. Licky says, I kind of had that problem with my raid leader. Whenever she explained a mechanic, it was just wrong, according to my brain. Like, as in you didn't get it? Or as in they were explaining it wrong? Oh yeah, these Pognacks, also I'm pretty sure we discovered when we soloed yesterday that they also just have a random tank buster that hits like a freight train for no particular reason. You needed a different way of explaining. Right, that is also a very common one, where if your teacher like teaches in a different way than what you understand, it will come off to you, like to your brain, as if the teacher's an idiot. Like, why can't they explain it? But in reality, it's just because you just don't get each other. And then, ultimately, the best you can try and do is try and not get too angry about it. It's okay to get passionate. It's always okay to be passionate about something. I also just want to highlight that I think it is it was very wise of our Dark Knight here to not do the Ultra Mega Pull, but based on how he reacted to dying, he might not be super certain how strong like he actually is. So it also makes sense that he would pull a little safer. Oh, he's using Living Dead. Well, that's not popping. But yet it isn't like it's not necessarily that someone is dumb because they don't get the explanation from the teacher. Similarly, it doesn't mean that a teacher is an idiot because you don't understand what they're saying. It's just as you put it, you need a different way of explaining it. Fun fact. This mechanic ignores damage reduction. And it's 10,500 or so, spread equally between the party members. And that was I think that was a very lucky earthly star on that pack, by the way. Oh, he's got it. Excellent. Barriers will work, yes. It's just that the 10,500 unique damage turns out that it ignores damage reduction. We discovered that yesterday when we soloed the encounter. And yes, that did mean that I had to, as a warrior, just on the regular, just face tank 10,500 damage. Yeah, it's because it's unique damage. I believe it's called. I believe they said it was called unique damage, and it is used both to define damage that isn't purely physical or purely magical, but also used to define attacks that are actually nothing. Like they're just damage. Something to that effect. It used to be called darkness damage in the game's code. That's very apt for Shadowbringers, isn't it? Did they maybe change it to unique damage because it didn't make as much sense when it was no longer Shadowbringers? I don't think I can actually hit everything if I use gravity. I'm not hitting everything. It was also darkness damage before that. Okay. It could be because of a specific skill that did it first. Or a reference. It is Final Fantasy XIV after all. But yeah, it's true. Unique damage is blocked by barriers. It's just that, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to serve up a 10,500 barrier at level 68. Is he going to sidestep it? He's not going to sidestep it. That's fine, it's not that much damage.
We go together!
I see, the thing is, I could explain it to him, but this might be the only time he's doing Doma Castle in the next month.
So he'll have forgotten the next time. Well, I'll see if I can catch him before, like, at the end of the dungeon and just mention it.
Die, die, die!
Maybe I can also just, if he uses it again, I can just rescue to like move him into position. That could work.
Die, die, die!
Don't think he's using it again. In that case, it's completely irrelevant to teach that. It's a single mechanic. It didn't do that much damage anyway. Let me see. Like he says, on a specific mechanic in P12S2, I spent about 5 hours researching mechanic myself because I knew I wouldn't understand her. Well, to be fair, usually I would watch a guide on my own time. Back when I was raiding in World of Warcraft, I would just watch the guide and then just completely tune out when the raid leader was explaining, unless it was something like tactics specific. I don't care. And that's more so because for some reason I haven't been in raid groups enough in Final Fantasy XIV to be sure that it is like also prevalent here. But in World of Warcraft, I don't know how they do it, but it's always that guy with the really, really difficult accent, or the terrible mic, or both, who's the raid leader. So it's just, I'm just going to watch your guy myself. Like, usually it's not a problem, like, if they're just calling mechanics. Sometimes the weird accent actually helps, because it makes the things they say really stand out. Like, I can remember certain boss mechanic call-outs from raid leaders from 10 years ago, because it was, like, so specific. And it's like, why would I remember that? And why would I remember that, of all things? But, I would personally prefer most of the time to just say, we're doing this strategy, just watch the guide, and then we'll talk together about the specifics, where we need to be precise. Leaky says, on the previous boss with fire lines, you can rescue the tank and play ping pong with their body. I mean, I don't know if you... I'm guessing you didn't see it on the solo stream yesterday, but if you check it when we do Doma Castle, it used to come up much earlier in the fight before they changed it. But he will actually do the proximity AoE that is placed under a player. When he does it like the second time, he puts the like bounce lines in a cross in the middle of the arena. I've always dealt with that when it's on me by just stepping into the middle of the lines and just aiming it so that I get tossed away from my group, because the AoE is planted like 1 second later. So I just automatically get punted where I need to be, and then I just run back to my team. And by getting punted, I delete the knockback lines themselves, so I'm safe to run back to my team. So it's like, solves both problems. And if I'm not the person with the proximity AoE, unless they stood to take the knockback themselves, I would just take it. I'll just run in and get knocked back to the boss. Now, clear path for you. And I did that yesterday, repeatedly. Because the boss was really long. We learned that Greenwald actually has an additional voice line in that boss fight that you never hear normally. which is just a slightly different way of saying die. So, I mean, not much was lost, but it's kind of funny when you discover that. Chelsea says, very likely, since people only run the content first time, and if they get it in roulette. Yeah, exactly. There's also the part that because he only did the chainsaw mechanic once in the entire fight, I mean, it did like 7,000 damage, I think, in total. Like that, he could have avoided that, but I mean, I could just use Essential Dignity. Boom, problem solved. Or Earthly Star Pops, problem solved. So there's no reason to make a big fuss of it. It didn't give him Vuln stacks or anything, so it didn't hurt for the rest of the fight. It didn't really care. But if it had come up multiple times, I might have feel incentive to like say, oh, by the way, you know, that chainsaw, you can just step aside and then he'll just miss. Because I joined a German static and listened to German callouts and it helped me a lot. Fair. I think I would also have an easier time understanding my raid leader if they just spoke clean, perfect Danish. Although I would probably be very confused if he translated the boss mechanics to Danish. Ja, og nu derefter så bruger bossen en cirkulær angreb, som der gør meget skade. What? Just call it a circle AoE. What are you? Og så popper han en jagtmarkør på dig. You mean a chase marker? Nicky says, I'm sad this game doesn't have Swedish translation. I'll have you know, every time I see a game has Danish translation, it confuses me. I'm just like, why? Why would you bother? Like, when I see a YouTube video in English, that has Danish translation, I'm just like, unless the creator is Danish, I have not the faintest idea why you would bother. A chariot or a dynamo? Oh no. I have to say, like, I'm from the generation of players that just says circle AoE or a donut. Amokia says, I actually love hearing Danish, even if I don't understand anything about it. Visited Sønderborg once and it was a lovely place. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Please swallow your grød before speaking. Rude. Rude. Oh. Oops. Well, we'll figure that out next time or something. I don't care right now. Oops. Running low on inventory space of some sort. But it would be very, very, like, I discovered when I opened, what was it called? Mindustry. It's a Steam game. I believe it's an indie Steam game. That they have Danish translation, because the game naturally opened in Danish, and I was sitting there like, that was the day that I discovered that ore in Danish is malm. What? And then I promptly changed the language to English. Because that made it easier for me. Yeah, malm, exactly, malm. Malm. That was a... It's just, it always confuses me when I see something is like... The weirdest is... I don't know how much you see it, but sometimes YouTube has videos where the titles are automatically translated to your language. And it's usually auto-translated, so the grammar is just completely wrong. or they use a weird word. My YouTube is in Danish, and it's mainly just because I'm used to seeing it in Danish, so the specific words for things would confuse me if I changed it to English. Sometimes I've changed it to English when I'm taking a picture of something for whatever reason. But I don't always. That is why if you see a picture of me showing off the subscriber count, that it says abonnenter. Because that's in Danish. But I think it would be funny just for it being a little silly to see a game like Final Fantasy XIV translated to Danish. I would love to see which actions actually are bothered to get translated. Like with all of the weird like French, Greek, German words in some of the actions. I wonder if they would, how many of them would actually get translated. I see Kitsuneko decided to sit at a different table than us, Airedale. I'm sorry. Isn't Dragoon Dragon Knight in German? Actually, when I'm looking at the German Final Fantasy XIV website where you can see all of their actions, it's actually like I can see it's like let me see here. Nahkampfsangreifer. Mönch, Dragoon, Ninja, Samurai, Schnitter. I guess that's Reaper. So apparently it's just called Dragoon. But Dark Knight is called Dunkelritter, which I'm pretty sure means Dark Knight? Isn't Schnitter just cutter? No, actually, it means both. Schnitter is a reaper or a cutter. Interesting. Very interesting. It's just kind of funny because we have, it's kind of sounds like monk. It's literally dragoon, ninja, samurai, and then Reaper's like, "Hi guys, how's your German translation, huh? You don't have one? Oh, well." I also think Gunbreaker is really funny because it's called Revolverklinge, which I'm pretty sure means revolver blade. Yeah, revolver blade. Revolverklinge. And a scholar is just called a learned. Just a learned person. In French, piste de sabre. The gunblader. Hmm. I also, just while we're on the subject of this, let's, Schwarzmagier. I just want to remind you that in English, that's Blizzard 1. That's Blizzard 2. In German, it's Eisra. We have Eisga. And Eiska. So for some reason, they got the cool translations. Did French get it? I can't remember if they got it. Glace? Extra glass. How do you say that? Just
Glass.
Glass. We have glass, extra glass, mega glass, and giga glass. Still better than Blizzard 4. Like I also kind of prefer to have the Blizzard, Blizzard, Blizzaga, Blizzaga, and all that. I also prefer that. I don't know why they decided that English was different. We also have Japanese. Well, of course, if it would load. Let's see, Brisato. Brisara. Brisaga. And Brisaja. I wonder what the fifth spell will be called. I wonder if we will get one. Just based on the way that it has been so incredibly long since they've added something to the Black Mage rotation like that, I don't even know what Blizzard 5 or Fire 5 would do. What do you think? Any suggestions? In fact, they could have had they could have just called Despair Fire 5. And then you would be like, where's Blizzard 5? They could also have had we get Paradox 2 next expansion. Yes, and Paradox 2 actually works like Red Mage combos, where Paradox 1 just turns into Paradox 2, and they combo, so you have to do both. In French, your rogue is soigneur, which means knife wielder. Ah, yes. The knife wielder. That's what rogue is known for. Wielding knives. Conjurer's elementalist. I mean, at least white mage isn't called elementalist, right? Mokia says, I'd rather have another upgrade instead of more buttons for the next 10 levels. Yeah. The thing is that most rotations don't... I don't think they really have space for anything else. So the best they could do is, I would say, either like remove some stuff to make space for new stuff. That was kind of what I felt like I alluded to in my like button bloat video recently, that I mean, if like there are some things they could do to like reduce the amount of buttons we already have, but ultimately the problem is that we're kind of reaching a break point, like a boiling point where there's not space for more stuff. Like there's not space for more stuff. Where would you put it? And the best way to do that is to maybe you know, retrace our steps, maybe see if there's any rotations that don't need certain things. Maybe one of the things that they're planning to do with Dragoon is just consolidate its 3 damage buffs into 1. Who knows? Like, I'll say that if they just did that, that would be a pretty massive change to how Dragoon would play. It wouldn't be massive, like, because it wouldn't be that huge, but in terms of how it would feel, it would be pretty massive, because now you just have the 1 cooldown instead of 3. Mokia says, or make it so combos are always 1 button, like in the quests you get sometimes, or in PvP. There's actually a few things, like, see here, I cheated a bit there, because not only do I know a few reasons why this might not be good for all jobs, but I have, like, 200 comments on a video where at least a quarter of them are like, maybe combine combos, and some of them get a response that goes, it doesn't work for everyone. For this reason or another. No, Licky, you can't. You can't fit any more skills because you don't have limit break on your bars. You're missing limit break. I think you're also missing sprint while we're on the subject, but I mean, you don't need 2 shirks. So, for jobs that have multiple combos or combo finishers, let's take Samurai for example, you don't need 6 buttons for those 3 combos. You could just have 1 be Hakase Jin Pugeko, 2 be Hakase Shifu Kasha, and 3 be Hakase Yukikase. And if you press Hakase, they all 3 just turn to the next step, and then you do the next step, and then 2 of them turn back into Hakase, and the 3rd one does its thing, right? You could do that. Similarly, you only need 2 buttons for the AoE combos. You could do that. It might feel very janky, because what you would see is 3 buttons that all say Hakase, and 2 buttons that say Uga. So that could work, but it might look a little strange. You'd have to get used to that. Monk, you could hypothetically just have 2 buttons. You just have the, you just call them like a stance or something, or like a pose or something, and just have like the 2 different kinds of attacks. The reason why I say hypothetically is because then perfect balance just kicks in the door like, hello, I'm here to ruin your day. And then it doesn't work anymore, right? Because perfect balance requires you to be able to access any combo step you like. Technically, you don't have any reason to use Snap Punch or True Strike. So if you had 4 buttons so that you could always access the other combos, it might work. They could also just make it so that when you use Dragon Cake, it both applies Demolish and gives you the Disciplined Fist buff, so you don't need to do it, and then just like completely remove Rising Phoenix as a thing. Another point is that Paladin and Gunbreaker have a significant unique benefit in the 2-step combo. Like just 1-2, not 1-2-3. And if the combo is consolidated into a single button, you wouldn't be able to go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 if you wanted to. It's a super niche situation, but it would actually prevent your ability to do things if you want to. So it wouldn't be perfect. Dark Knight could technically also have the same argument of having Siphon Strike, right? Maybe you just want to like generate MP for some reason. I don't know why, but technically. But again, they could consolidate all of these combos into just a single button and just rework the actions to function in that system. Like, the developers have the power to do that. They could just make it so that Royal Authority also is the one that generates MP for you. And Brutal Shell doesn't do anything. Solid Barrel just both generates resources and gives you healing and a shield. Which is a nerf to Gunbreaker and lower level. They could just do that. They could just make it work. The worst problem that I actually heard that a lot of people completely neglect to consider is anyone leveled a summoner from level 1 in Endwalker? From level 1. Doesn't it kind of suck? Just spam 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 for 45 seconds once your cooldowns are gone? Just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. How would Dragoon feel if its 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full thrust combo was a single button? Dragoon would literally just have 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then 2 again to keep up disembowel until level 50. And then at level 50 it would just be 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It would really suck. Like extremely mega suck. And by consolidating these buttons into a single button, Paladin would be a one bot, like they would literally just have 1, 2, and 3 until level 64 when they get Holy Spirit. They would also have 2 OGCDs, but you get my point. Their GCDs would just be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, which is not very inspiring. Like, I know 1, 2, 3 isn't particularly exciting either, but it's a little bit more interesting than just 1, right? Warrior would just be 1 until level 50. Dark Knight would just be 1. Gunbreaker would just be 1. They could add new combos. They could do that, but wasn't the point that we wanted to reduce the amount of buttons? We could consolidate the combos so that we had less buttons. That gives us space for more combos. You get a trait at level 90 that combine the buttons. That seems like really weird, doesn't it? Some people also said that you could fix it by just make it a toggle. Like you just, like this is a toggle. I don't know. Do any of you use this? It's really cool, but I just feel this is easier. Maybe it's just because I'm old. But I feel this is easier to look at. They could just have a button that is like compact combos. And then that could work. But the thing is, I don't know if that would be a good thing. Because the thing is, that is like not making a choice. The developers would have to decide. They would have to decide whether they consider the consolidated combo buttons that are now gone, if you choose it, to not count towards the button limit. As I talked about in the button bloat video, it seems like the developers have set like an artificial like upper limit of approximately 4 crossbars on a controller. 32. And if they then go, oh, you can just toggle that Royal Authority and Riot Blade gets combined with Fast Blade on a Paladin, do they then count those 2 buttons? Or do they just assume you toggle it? Because if they assume you toggle it, then it's no longer a choice. It's, do you want to have space for all your buttons or not? How do you play Paladin with only 3 buttons? At level 50, you do it because Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Rage of Alone would be 1 button, Total Eclipse Prominence would be a 2nd button, and 3 would be Fight or Flight. Then you of course have all of your defensive cooldowns, but your offensive toolkit would just be mashing 1 for the most part. And then you have some OGCDs, right? Let's see. Amokyo says, to me it seems Endwalker kind of added finishers to several classes like Double Down, so it's weird to think more skills will potentially come with Dawntrail. I agree, it feels like a lot of jobs got, but on the other hand, I feel like a lot of jobs kinda got that previously too. Like Warrior got inner release in Stormblood. That feels like it's actual super signature super mode, and in Shadowbringers, they gave them Inner Chaos, which comes from Infuriate, which is, you know, even better Fell Cleave. Like, super mega Fell Cleave, essentially. And then in Endwalker, you got Primal Rend, just as an add-on to your Inner Release. So, I mean, I could imagine that they would add an even more finisher in Dawntrail. But it will start to get a little weird, right? Like, your opener is like your 5 finishers you've accumulated throughout the expansions. Triple down! They give Gunbreaker a new trait that makes it so that they can have 4 cartridges, and then they upgrade Double Down to Triple Down, which spends 3. Now you need skill speed, because otherwise you won't be able to generate enough cartridges in time. I think it's one of the silliest things that they added an extra cartridge slot and then just added like +1 cartridge needed for your burst. Like, it just feels a little silly. Snarl says, do you think the way they do it in PvP will help? This is kind of what we're suggesting here, that if you combine the actions into, like, the combo sequences into singular actions, this would have a profoundly negative effect on the low-level experience, like an extremely boring rotation at low level, because it would just be 1 or 2 buttons instead of, you know, a lot of buttons. And then some jobs would probably need some changes to their to their combos for it to work, without being like a downgrade. Personally, I think it is very. It would surprise me a lot if Dawntrail added this to PvE. Let me put it like that. I don't think that they will consolidate the combos into singular buttons in Dawntrail, because the jobs that have it for a reason. They decided that melee jobs and machinist and dancer have combo sequences. They just do. And it's just part of it. And while you might not really notice it when you're playing, but oh look, there's Coco. While you might not notice it, if you need your raid buff or your cooldowns to come out at a specific step in your combos, you would almost certainly find it easier to keep track of if it's after I press 2, I do the thing, and not after I press 1 twice. This is something that I pointed out with Dragon Kick sometimes. I've done ages ago that sometimes you could say that spamming Dragon Kick with the Mimi Dragon Kick rotation would be harder and more confusing than the proper rotation, because instead of going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 of different kinds of 1s and 2s and 3s, but 1, 2, 3 nonetheless, you're just going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, oh, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, and you just have to count or look at your buffs, of course, but it's just, it completely loses this like rhythm to it, because you're just Dragon Kick, Dragon Kick, Dragon Kick, Dragon Kick. So yeah, that's kind of also why I hope they wouldn't do that. In PvP it works because most of the 1, 2, 3 combos you have, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's actually a filler. Like, Paladins will usually only get to do their 1, 2, 3 combo when they've done everything else. If someone doesn't stop them, they'll just chasing you around the arena, like just Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Riot Authority. Oh, that apparently gives me atonement. Wham! But most of Paladin will just be atonement, because they have so many ways of generating it. Warrior might do 1, 2, 3 combos, but it doesn't matter what step they're in for their burst in PvP. Dark Knight doesn't care. Gunbreaker doesn't really care. Like, for the most part, in a frontline situation, Gunbreaker will run up, use Gnashing Fang combo on someone, and double down, of course. And then either they are dead, or you're running somewhere else. Like, you're not going in and doing 1, 2, 3s, 1, 2, 3s. You're not even using it. Like, that's unlikely that you're actually going to be using your filler combo in PvP. That's why it's just a single button. Because it's just, when you don't have anything else, you can press this, I guess. And the jobs that do use it are like Black Mage, who has a completely unique rotation in PvP. Like, it doesn't even work like a Black Mage. Like, it's a completely different job. With 2 3-step combos, where you often skip it altogether by using Limit Break. So I wonder if it would be good. I wonder if it would be helpful. Mokia says, I could see Double Down turning into something like All or Nothing or something as a weavable addition. That could be. Knockback immunity on inner release grieved me in DSI, and I had to make a macro just to remove it for one mechanic so I could get knocked back. It is quite funny, inner release's journey, because here's a fun fact. Inner release... So, before Endwalker, inner release was, I believe it was 10 seconds? It was just 10 seconds of Fell Cleave is free and guaranteed critical direct hit, right? But it also came with a knockback immunity and everything. In Endwalker, when they changed it to be 15 seconds, but only 3 uses, the knockback immunity was still attached to it, which meant that if you needed the knockback immunity, you actually had to, like, wait. So later when they made it so that inner release could only be spent on Fell Cleave and Decimate, which came later also. They split it so that you get 2 15-second buffs, and one of them is a knockback immunity, and the other one is 3 Fell Cleaves. And that is also true, Chelsea. Before Endwalker, Upheaval and Onslaught caused Beast Gauge instead, so you kinda used both during... Wait. I think it was before Endwalker. I'm pretty sure it was before Endwalker. It was just in Shadowbringers. So when you used Inner Release, you also used Upheaval and Onslaught, because they were free now. Because they used to cost a little bit of Beast Gauge. A little bit of Beast Gauge. But that is also like, if you look up old, if you look up old warrior rotations, you'll see that these things, wasn't dash a damage loss on warrior and Shadowbringers outside of inner release? Yes, correct. Outside of inner release, it was a damage loss, because, I mean, I believe it did 100 potency for 10 or something like that. And Fell Cleave did more, like more than 5 times as much. But if I remember correctly, Onslaught did actually do decent amounts of damage. The thing that made it extremely difficult to calculate back in Shadowbringers is, as Chris just pointed out, it's also no GCD. So, Upheaval had a 30-second cooldown, cost something, but it was always good. Onslaught did much less damage, but the key thing with Onslaught was it didn't cost a GCD, which means that when you compared Fell Cleave to Onslaught, first of all, you had to consider the difference in cost, But then you also have to consider that Fell Cleave was used in place of a different GCD. This is actually sometimes some of the hardest calculations when you're comparing actions against each other. If you have two different things that cost a resource, if you have a GCD version and an OGCD version, it becomes a question of which GCD is that spender replacing. And this is something that I remember I ran into back in Stormblood, because that was the first time I was presented with like the skill speed, spell speed stuff in Final Fantasy XIV. Because in World of Warcraft, the way that you look at it is if you have 10% haste, you do 10% more things. And for some classes or specializations, that's better than 10% crit. For example, in Final Fantasy XIV, the general theory crafting back then was, instead of going, oh, you can fit an extra GCD in raid buffs, it was typically to go and look all the way at the end of a fight. Like, you actually just jumped all the way to the end and said, well, with this extra skill speed, you get 1, 2, 3 extra GCDs? What were those? Like, what did they amount to? Is that more than if that had been crit instead? Or direct hit? Which is a really, really hard way to calculate something, because that means that whether skill speed or spell speed is good depends on when the fight ended. Usually it wasn't that close that it was like, oh, if the fight ends here, skill speed good, if it ends here, it's bad. It was usually a pretty obvious choice, but still, right? Chris says, you'd probably compare the average potency per GCD for your 3-step combo plus onslaught's damage and compare that to Fell Cleave. Exactly. That would be what you would do. And if I remember correctly, it's been a while, the power difference between using Fell Cleave and just using Onslaught on cooldown and 1-3 combos wasn't super big. That's also why Onslaught wasn't like it. If I remember correctly, it wasn't considered so bad that you couldn't use it. It was just you should use it when you need the movement, not just all the time. Because it wasn't that huge of a difference. And there's also using it for knockback cancel, that is also true. Snarl says they can cut some skills out, like for example just have one Helios or Medica spell and have the trait for the spell to get regen. They could do that. The key reason why, for example, Helios and Aspected Helios, Medica and Medica 2 has any business existing simultaneously is because Helios and Medica 1 heals for like slightly more up front. So, for example, if you use Aspected Helios, then the regen is already up on your party. So if you use it again, it's only 200. But if you used Helios 1, it would have an extra 130 potency. But if you just gave those 130 to Aspected Helios, then you would never have a reason to cast a regular version aside from the 100 MP difference, which comes up often, I'm sure. So they could do that. Similarly, they could also probably combine Benefic 1 and 2 and like make some sort of middle ground. I don't know. But like there's a bunch of things that could probably be done on a lot of jobs. To like reduce the button bloat a bit. Some jobs don't need all of the tools that they have. They have maybe a little bit too much. Some buttons just could be combined. And it wouldn't hurt anyone, probably. But a really funny one that I actually saw was someone say on the button bloat video, they said that they think it would be better if White Mage's Medica just naturally upgraded to Medica 2 and then upgraded to Cure 3. Because Cure 3 was often more helpful in Savage content, so there was no reason to have Medica 2. The funny thing is that you learn Medica 2 after Cure 3. So that's interesting, right? I need to take a picture for the next Smol Caetsu stream. And a schedule picture. Cure 3 is also very different from Medica 2, that is true. Cure 3 does more upfront healing. And Medica 2 just has a lot more regen. You can still target someone else with Cure 3, but Cure 3 also has a gigantic AoE now compared to what it used to be. And that is true, Chelsea. Cure 1 and Benefic 1 has a super niche use of conserving MP, but in most situations you typically won't need that. In the situations where it would be helpful, it's often because you already spent all of your MP trying to outrun damage taken. Which means that if you suddenly downgrade to Cure 1 or Benefic 1, whoever you were spam healing is now probably dead. Probably. But not necessarily. And I'm going to step away from that table. Maybe find somewhere here where we can take a nice picture for the next thumbnail. This actually works pretty well. Don't you think? Do you want to be on the picture, Aradel? You can be on it if you want. You could also be like right here, right behind me. That could work. You can also be there if you prefer. Right. If you want to do an emote or an expression or something for the thumbnail, you should probably do it now. Eh. Oh no. There we go. I don't know if that was someone that was trying to also be on the picture. But don't necessarily want to catch some person that just happened to be there in the picture if they didn't want to be on the picture, right? There you go. Perfect. Leviosa! Right. Do I need anything else? I don't think so. Need an inn.
Look, it's Cape Westwind, man. I was played on my main, right? I'll have to check. I'll write that on the Discord a little later. However, if you are curious, this character has 17 days, 2 hours and 13 minutes, and I'm pretty sure it's 17 days, 2 hours and like 11 minutes that has been on stream, like something to that effect, maybe even more. Aha! On the bed. Oh, we could just use that as well here. Pew! I'm very curious if that counts as a battle effect. It does not. Aha! Ferocious. Right. So, with that said, if you enjoyed the stream, you would like to see more of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, remember that we have a Discord community server where you can find all these people. You can also find me. You can also find the weekly schedule, which normally is accurate when the big YouTube smart man actually remembers to, like, schedule the things correctly. So instead of having a video premiere tomorrow on 5 absurd rotations, you instead have the opportunity to watch the video that came out like 6 hours ago on exactly that, if you would like. The link should still be in the announcement room, which you can also find there. And that announcement room is usually updated first whenever there's a new video, when I remember it, and don't mess it up. And then you get a reminder, so that if you have the reminder role, of course, which you can just choose in the role assignment. If you have the role assignment, you also typically get a 15-minute warning when I post a new stream, like start a new stream or have a premiere when I remember it. And yeah, come on down. It's fun. And if you did enjoy this stream, it will help me a lot if you like the stream in the YouTube system, with the thumbs up thing, with it down there, wherever it is. It tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you think other people should watch it. That helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. Yeah. Reminder again, Tuesday next week, the Fall Guys event is starting, and I do plan to have a stream where that's basically what we're doing on Tuesday. So be ready for that. If you don't have a character on an EU data center, I think you just need to be like level 15 and have access to the gold saucer to participate. So if you just make a character on Louisoire Chaos or any EU server really, and just make your way to the gold saucer with the character, you could join and have fun with us. And we'll try to bring along as many people as we can, just for the fun of it. And if you want to get to, also remember that it happens on Halloween, so you could make a cool costume. And if you can't do that, well, I can hand you some cherry pink dye, and then we can be cherry pink together if you like. I think that is everything. Yeah, I think so. So, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Hope to see you all very soon. And with that, all we have left is to put Smol Caetsu to bed, who didn't reach level 70. Good night. Good night.